How is this playing?
I don't want to give credence to people who are only interested in carrying over. First of all, the human being, it is not a ghost that will collapse. It's a human being that will collapse if there's any problem in their health. Unfortunately, I did not collapse. I didn't show any sign that I had any health problems. Let me tell you what happened. What happened was that you see that the former head of service of Natasha came out to let the public know what was going on. We had a plan to bomb the House of Assembly complex and had a plan to attack national assets. In order to divert attention from people not focusing on that, they have to bring one rumor that they have been flown overseas. There was not a time I collapsed, there was not a time anybody took me to that. But you see me every day. The day Mr. President broke iftar during his birthday, I was there. The next day, I led Abuja residents to pay Salah Hudich. I see all those stories just died down. This is the politics. We have thick skin. Those who don't bother us. We are not distracted. We are focused on our jobs. So I thank Nigerians for being, for really worried that this should be, but people should not wish their fellow human beings such a thing to happen. We know that we will die one day. Nobody will remain in this world forever. But it's only God that says the day you will die, not any human being to say you will die today or you will die tomorrow. So nobody has said, you have seen us. I'm very happy that most of them who you look at, I will write their condolence letters. I can assure you that I will write their condolence letters. So there's nothing like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
just country people, today is a special day where Anambra State government will arrange popular native doctors in the state. Our poor people are acting. Oye's Jesus and the FAPs. As we see from what has happened, we are already in court and the way government will arrange today are already headed to court. People will love them, friends and well wishers.
This emergency shedding $6 trillion. He went to Mar-a-Lago. He's scheduled to do a weekend golf tour. So he left work early for that, left the White House, wasn't physically on site to deal with any of the type of meetings I mentioned that Bush did, or talk to people in Congress, or anything to even try to quiet the markets and show leadership. He's driving around his golf cart and also making money because it's his private business that's hosting the Saudi event. Markets may burn, but he's counting up his own money. Just as I told you, he took a lot of crypto money and thought, oh, as long as he's doing okay, forget everyone else. If he lost $6 trillion, which he doesn't have, I think we would hear a very different tune, and he might even have time to go to work instead of ride around the cart. Now, how is this playing out in MAGA land? I showed you the leadership. When there isn't a war,
and I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sure. Thank you. I have nothing new to say.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%.
You're supporting Tinubu
100% to deal with Nigerians.
Jeez.
People like you. So that when next election comes, I will now see whether when people bring money, you will vote for them or you will do your conscience.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me
You can
respond
speak
to
for
him.
anybody,
One
but
second.
do not defend a character like Yaya Bello. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Have Your Say 247. Today is Saturday, April the 5th, 2025. Welcome to the show. This is when we give you the chance to have your say on what's going on around the world, in Nigeria and all over Africa. Once again, thank you for those who have joined us in the studio and those on the comment section. We appreciate all of you. It's a beautiful day here in New York City, and we are coming live from New York City. All right, so here are some stories that we are looking at this weekend, Saturday. When this show was set up, the issue was that Trump was trying to come for a third term. He was joking. Now he's sounding serious. But by the time Saturday came in, which is today, there were more serious things. Dow Jones Industrial Average lost over 5,000 points since Trump took over. The stock market all over the world went crazy. Trump imposed a tariff on so many countries, all the countries of the world, including countries that are not exporting anything to America. And everywhere is in a financial crisis. Nobody is sure how the world will look like in another 1 week or two. So that's the main story. It will have impact on everybody wherever in the world you are living. Then we also know that our own president, Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu, left the country to where else but France. This will be his 5th visit. He's going to spend 2 weeks in France. We are going to look at what is he looking for in France, why France. And of course, during the week, we saw Natasha go back to Kogi Central, where she's from, where she's representing people, the Senate, defying all the threats from everybody that she shouldn't go there. So we are going to touch on that and see what we think will be the next thing that will happen. Is Natasha going to be the end of Babio and all the men who run the Senate as if it's a private institution? So we are going to talk about that. In Anambra State, there was a video I played about the native doctors, Onyeze Jesus, what is it called? Akiokoko, some crazy names and crazy people. And they were taken to court by Anambra State government. Drama everywhere. All right, you guys know more than me what's going on out there. We are going to touch on all those things, and there are so many. But let me bring people who are already in the studio. If you want to be part of the conversation, turn your camera on. We can bring you up in the studio to begin this conversation today. Yeah, sit up if you want to be in the studio. All right, thank you everybody for joining us. It's a wonderful day. Let me say hello to you. Tony, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Greetings to everybody.
Yeah, nice to see you. Stay humble. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, nice to see you. You came in early today. Pulo for real. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. It's Pulo for real.
Pulo for real. Okay, Pulo for real.
Pulo for real, yes. And
what does that
it's
mean?
going to be it means for Pulo is the term that the Fulanis use to address themselves.
Oh, okay.
Not the term that the Hausas impose on us, calling us Fulani. We actually call ourselves Pulpe in plural, Pullo in singular. So Pullo for real means a Fulani boy for real.
Okay, so Pulo for real is the term that you said the Fulani used to address. Again, let me get it right.
Yes.
Okay. So are you Fulani? Are you Fulani or are you a Hausa?
Pullo. If you say Fulani is the Hausa term, which they refer to people that speaks Fulfulde language, or the name of the language, or the people that speaks the language. So it's confusing. But to us, we call ourselves Fulbe in plural, and the singular person, the language, we call it Fulfulde or Fulla. Not Fulani.
Okay.
But you can see across, it has been bastardized by Hausa, and many people cannot distinguish between what is Fulani or Fulfulde. Is Fulani a language or people? The Hausas, they just say Fulani, whether it's the person that speaks the language or the name of the language. So, but I decide to try to correct that.
All right, very good.
Pullo is a singular term that the Fulanis use to refer to themselves as a singular person. And Fulbe is a term that we use to describe ourselves. And Fulfulde is the name of our language, not Fulani.
Okay, very good. I'm happy you are here today. You help us to understand a few things we don't understand. Righteous Man, welcome to the show. Righteous Man.
It's been quite a little long time.
How are you?
Just listening. I'm fine. I'm fine. Just the heat here is much. The situation in Nigeria here is becoming something else. We are hearing there will be a protest march, and the government have called the police to make sure they take strategic positions to stop such a protest. So the president of Nigeria has gone out for working visit for 2 weeks. The vice president has jetted out of the country. Akpabio is doing what he's doing over there, so we don't know. People are killed in Benue and Plateau. People are killed in Edo State yesterday, were massacred in Edo State. So we don't actually know what is going on. There is nobody that can address the nation to tell us where we are and what is going on in Nigeria right now. The president not available, the vice not available, the senior president is facing Natasha and the rest of it. So Nigerians are just like orphans now. No father, no mother. So that is the situation of things here. Thank you.
Thank you, Righteous Man. I also think it's opportunity for you to seize, set up a camera and address the nation. You know, when we come to you, maybe you get a chance to address the nation. I mean, we have the facility here and the world will listen to you. What is the name here? Trump versus, what the hell is it? Ovia, what's your name? Trump I can't read you from here. Hold on, let me see. Just stay there. Trump / Obe. Nonsense. All right, Ovia, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damaji, it's that time you take us serious. You better take us serious. These are serious time, okay? These are serious time. Take us serious. You know, America is innovating its house. There's innovation going on in the world, so be serious.
All right.
Yeah. Or you will go with the with the brouhaha.
All right. So, Ovia, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Okay. So, where are you now? What part of America are you? I know you migrate from one end to the other. Where are you in America? I hope you are not in Trump's country.
Oh, I mean, I left Mololago last week. Right now, I'm literally a walking distance from the biggest military base in the world here in Killeen, Texas.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good. Welcome. And so let me see. I mentioned a few stories in the news. I know I didn't cover most of them or all of them, even the things on our contacts. Do we have anything we're missing? I know about the killings, and I hope that about the killings happened in I think in Benue again, Plateau, and Edo. And the one that we were talking about last week, which was the one that happened in Edo, it's been expanding and there are many reactions. So we are going to touch on that. Anything I'm missing, Tony, that is important?
We have the Natasha issue too, which was very topical last week. The Salah celebration that she held for people in her constituents and all the brouhaha that went with it. I think, what else? Yeah, you talked about the president out of the country, vice president out, which a righteous man talked about. And what else? There was a conference where the director of DSS, you know.
Yes, I have that video. I had about it. Yeah, that's a very good point. Someone also mentioned that primaries for APC in Anambra State is taking place today.
Yes. It's been postponed. It's been postponed indefinitely.
Not APC. That's Labour. Labour postponed their own, not APC.
And then we have the Supreme Court ruling on Labour, that. So
yes,
quite a lot.
That was the one that led to the postponement of their own primaries. All right, stay home. Anything that is big that we're missing?
Okay. What did you say I should?
Anything that is big that we're missing. I read that in France, the Le Pen, leader of the far right, she was tried and convicted and banned from politics for 5 years. So, and of course, that's the kind of thing that Elon Musk will be. He's out supporting her, saying that the left wing of the parties in Europe are attacking the right wing. Anyway, but that's something else that I know is happening out there. Is there anything that we missed? Stay humble. That is important.
Well, I think we've not really harped on this Greenland issue. This Trump's planned annexation of Greenland. Yeah, I don't think we've really dealt with it on this forum.
Okay.
Yeah, and then also a lot has been going on in Russia-Ukraine brouhaha. We've not really dealt with those issues on this forum. So maybe
what is going on? What is going on with Russia, Ukraine? I thought we used to talk about it every time.
No. So there was going to be a ceasefire, but Russia wants the United Nations to I think set up some kind of transition government in Ukraine. I think they want Zelensky out first. Putin wants Zelensky out before there will be any formal agreement on ceasefire. So I think, yeah, there are some other details really.
Okay, thank you.
We've never really dealt on that since we.
All right.
Yeah, the last
someone reminded me that NNPC they just fired Kayari, the managing director, general managing director of NNPC, and put in someone else. So that's also an important story. Let's see, righteous man. Other than telling us that you don't have a leader and you don't want to assume office by announcing, speaking to the Nigerian people, what else is going on? Righteous man, are you there? All right, let's go to Via.
I mean, there's only one important news so far now. There's every other thing. Only the renovation that Trump is carrying out. But on a more serious note, IMF, it's an IMF now. World Bank gave Bola Tinubu 1.09 billion for a job well done. So I think to me that's go and win 2027 is what that's about. So I think something we should talk about. 1.1 billion no be small money. So it was given to come and share for nutrition and some other, But for as far as I'm concerned, they are saying you are doing well. Keep going.
All right. Let's start with President Tinubu leaving for France. Everybody's trying to find out why France. This is the 5th time. He spent 51 days since he came into power on May 29, 2023 in France, and he's gone for another 2 weeks. Why France? Let me start with you, Tony.
Okay. Dr. Damages, I don't know, maybe my record is wrong. On my record, this is supposed to be his 8th visit to France, 7 private visits and 1 official. I don't know, maybe you help me check that out.
Okay, there was, I don't know your source, but there was this, I'm looking at that source. They didn't count the ones he did before he was sworn in. So this should be I think the 6th, but he had done 5 and 51 days. But it depends on who is counting. Go ahead. And then I think they didn't count the ones he took off from Nigeria, went to somewhere else and went back to France. But yeah, keep going.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out. But I have in my record that in the 2024 appropriation bill, from the 2024 appropriation bill, 6.9 billion was what was provided for his foreign trips. And in the 2025 budget, 8.4 billion naira is projected for foreign trips. And a lot of this, in fact, again, in less than 2 years, I have on my record that they have spent 180 days. So if you begin to compute that and put them together in terms of how much it's costing the nation, and you also remember that it's going with 8, the plane that is flying, has to be fueled, the parking charges, and so on and so forth. You want to ask, what has the nation gained in return for all these expenses? I think that these are things that should be interrogated. Why France? I don't know. I can only speculate. Some people say he goes there to recharge medically. Some say, well, he can't make that trip to the US because of certain issues to do with, I don't know. And it's worrisome when you have neighbors around who are trying to disconnect and jettison relationship, economic, political, with France. And yet Nigeria seems to be dug in. So the question actually would be, why France? What is in there that is always going to do all the time. From if you break it down, it's like every three months he's out of France. So we have to find out whether maybe there's a different type of air that is in France that's nowhere else that he breathes. So I am looking at the data from government spend portal, which is where some of government expenses, to do with the presidency is put out. And there it indicates that within 6 months of being in office, he has spent 2.3 billion on foreign trips. So I think it's worrisome. I think that I don't know if that record breaks that of Buhari or any other president that we have had in recent memory in just less than 2 years.
You said
So I think
2.3 billion. Is it naira?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, naira. Yes, net.
Oh, that's
yes.
little. That's normal.
Naira. And then for the VP, he will be spending 1.4 billion. So these are things that I don't know many times the French president has visited Nigeria. So it's worrisome, for me to actually speculate what it's difficult to speculate what he's looking for in France. They are not our main economic partners. I think it's the US, China, and so on. So I find it really, really difficult, especially when there are many other issues to grapple with in Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Stay humble. Is there any danger that our president is going to France all the time, operating out of France, running Nigeria out of France?
Yeah. Okay. So do you want me to talk about Tinubu and France?
Yeah.
Right. So I don't think I know for sure why France is his choice destination. And the fact that nobody knows or seems to know really among casts of journalists and newsmen is, I think, a dent on to be honest. I think by now we should have had an idea what's really going on between Tinubu and France. I'm not really sure why France is his choice destination. Before he became president, he'd been, visiting France. Recall that he had his treatments. I think some of the surgeries in France as well. All in all, I think France played a key role in his becoming president of Nigeria for sure. Remember that we have elections in Nigeria where people from outside Nigeria fund our elections, which is a misnomer. The European Union funded our elections to the tune of, billions of dollars or euros. And, France is a major player in the European Union. So that pays the piper dictates the tune. So France, they have their colonies all around us. So they consider Nigeria a very key territory in West Africa as well. Tinubu will not be the first president of Nigeria to be junket around the world, to embark on inappropriate tourism or nomadic expedition. Other people have done so. Obasanjo did that. Yar'Adua did such. Buhari was even worse. He packed the presidential aircraft in the UK for months. Wasted taxpayers' money. So that's the plot. The situation in Nigeria. The leaders or rulers that we have. So we know that he's going to France is not for good for sure. We are a country that have puppets, representatives of these imperialists who is still dictating what happens in Nigeria. The IMF, the World Bank, they still dictate how much we pay, for electricity, how much we should pay for fuel, and so on and so forth. So also all these travels and the rest, be it for private visits, be it for official visits, they also have news for them to, you know, um, you know, um, take funds away, themselves, their cronies, take funds from Nigeria to all these countries, be it France, be it other countries, buy luxury assets abroad, estates, invest for their children, for their future generations and the rest of them. So all in all, we are in a deep pit. And to be honest, I don't know when this will end. Yeah, but yeah, when we discuss the other topics, would really happen, what we, the diaspora, should really do. And what has been going on, what I think everybody has been singing from the same hymn book. Yeah, I think we should have a change of mindset. Yeah, I've seen someone with Trump and Obebolo 2028. This mindset of after this election, we think of the next election and on and on and on. When will that stop? We need a
All right.
change of mindset and we need to start working. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Stay humble. Stay humble. Just to correct something you said. You said that the EU gave us some billions of dollars. No, they gave us 39 million euros, which if you convert it to Naira of that time, I think it's about 17.9 billion. So 39 million euro, not billion. Because when you said that, by head, I thought, oh, that's more than we spent on INEC, if that were to be the case. So just to correct that. Thank you. Ovie.
I don't know. You don't I don't know. You don't know the meaning of your name. Stay humble. You are supposed to be humble. You just attack innocent me. I'm innocent. You just attack me. And you say now we be the problem. Why be the problem? Oga, manager go travel, won't go report to his investors. Una they complain. I don't understand. Dr. Dameji, what's your problem with an employee trying to go and give a report to his employer? I don't understand. What's the problem? Would you have a problem with that? How you go feel if them two Nigerians and the rest are not giving you situation reports anytime you are not around?
Actually, when he was elected, before he was sworn in, he left for France. I remember that. I was worried that not just that he left for France, it was that he didn't tell us where he was going, what he was doing there. Media had to figure out where he went to. The media didn't go with him. And people who defended him then were saying, oh, he had not been, he wasn't sworn in. You shouldn't bother him about where he was going. But now it became a pattern now. And I'm not sure there's any journalist that went with him. And he's there doing the job of the country because he said it's a working visit. So there should be reporters with him telling us where he is, what he's doing. Anyway, go ahead, Obi.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing of just as you rightly said, before it was when it was in France, the campaign was they took it to London. This whole thing, I don't actually read because I have come to the conclusion that we are not free people, we are not a free country. It's not so. With that realization, I mean, what do you? I don't expect anything for somebody to be that patriotic nationality. All these things that we are expecting is what we expect from people who are patriotic, who are nationalistic, people who want freedom. Not like people who have freedom, who want freedom. But that's if you only when you find a group of people that actually put that as the cause of their existence, then you expect what you're expecting from our president, not to travel, not to compromise, because you are concerned now because it's kind of a security threat, is exposing. But in the real sense, we are not in charge of the territory. We are not in charge of our affairs. We don't, nothing that we as a people control, nothing. So trying to read meaning or worry about president travel and all that, for me, it's it's just we are. That we don't have better things to actually focus on talking about. So I'm not saying it's not something, but because for me it's gonna happen. There's nothing we can do about it. Just as you said, nobody's giving us reports. There's not going to be consequences. Matter of fact, it's expected. It's expected of them. So because we are counting, right? Because it's expected, that's why we are counting. We are just saying, okay, what is it going to do? So there's no serious. If we are a free people, right? Investigative journalism will speak to action. Who is he meeting? Where is he staying? Those are the things that we'll be talking about here. You will come out and say, oh, they say it was here. But because we don't even understand what being free is, what being, we don't understand that. So that's why we focus on, okay, how many times ago, who shirting go where, who I take, like all those, all of us. So we are just, let's go with the flow. That's why I said the only serious issue today that faces the planet Earth is the fact that America is doing renovation. So we are talking about Natasha, VDM, Bola Tinubu travel. Why the reward is realigning in the real sense of it? So him traveling, we could just talk about our knee. I mean, they go campaign for the Chatham House. As we said, we are just counting, right? By the time he finish 4 years, go give her another 8 years. You will see I mean, Dr. Lameji, I really don't. I don't have anything to say to that. It's just, it's for me. It is expected. If I see any president where we elect, travel out of the country for 1 year, that means I was okay. And then I'll be curious. I'll be curious. Anybody don't travel out during the car? Then I'll say, okay, something is wrong somewhere. I want to know why. And you see what I'm thinking? But him going frequently, the day he left, 1 billion was approved. Just check it out. Is that a coincidence? So I mean, it don't make sense. So it just, as I said, I have concluded that we are not free people. We are not in charge of our affairs. So everything goes. Everything goes.
All right. Thank you. You mentioned investigative journalists, and also Kulata mentioned that. I wonder where our investigative journalists are. Why are they not investigating that? Just think about it. A reporter who is with the Guardian newspaper in Lagos, or Vanguard, or Punch, who is making about 100,000 naira a month. The whole Vanguard, the whole Punch, whatever newspaper you have in Nigeria, you cannot afford to send someone to leave Nigeria to go to France.
Why would I be investigating where it's expected of him? Investigate what I want to investigate. You just say they give us money to organize our election. So Kulata, I'm not accusing him. I said if to say we be free people, right? That is when we seek to action. We'll be expecting investigative journalists. We'll not be people. So what is that we investigate? Do we need to investigate? We need to investigate now. Because everything they do it in our face or in your face. What can we do? Nothing. So what do we need investigation for? We are not free people. Now when we free, we say, okay, this guy wants to sell our national secret, right? He want to expose our national treasure. Then we'll be curious. We'll be everybody will. The commercial will not be like this, right? Before they go back and forth. Yeah, yes, he should be there. This is why I don't. But we are just being trivial about the whole thing because deep down in our heart, we know just to forbid all righteousness. So, Polata, not be saying make I go deep. I don't need to do investigation on for what. It's more loyal to them than to us.
All right.
Which is expected. So,
thank you, Ovie. A righteous man, you brought up an issue which is that the country needed a leader at this moment, with the crises that are going on across the country, not to have someone who was elected to lead the country stay at home and deal with that. Go ahead and weigh in on this topic.
Yeah, Dr. Damage, thank you very much. In the last 3 weeks, I was actually in the east, in the southeast, and after the main program that took me to the southeast, I crisscrossed some states in the southeast and some local government areas. First and foremost, let me use this media to appreciate Governor Soludo. I think the problem he's having is that he doesn't have excellent media report. That man infrastructurally has transformed Anambra State without borrowing a dime, whether internal or external. And that is something that is commendable. I went to Anambra State, I visited some areas where my friends are, and the road infrastructure, the buildings coming up and other things, he's doing pretty well. I congratulate him. And so I spent almost 3 weeks in the southeast, and I came back to Nigeria. That evening, I was in Owerri when I joined your program. Actually, I took night. I decided to take a night bus from Owerri to Lagos to see how secure our road is and movement of people. Sometimes I discover that it seems that things are blown out of proportion. In the 3 weeks thereabouts I spent in the southeast, there was no killing. I was driving late in the night, 11 p.m., 12 p.m. Nobody harassed me, though there were police checkpoints and military checkpoints. And the moment I showed them my ID card and where I'm coming from, they will let me go. So it seems to me that things are blown out of proportion. And then to create fear, and it now looks as if the southeast is not suitable for human habitation. I think that is a pure lie. Whatever that is going on in the southeast that have to do with killing is the rural community, very far from the city centers and the open towns. That I can confirm because I went to Ebonyi, I went to Imo, I went to Abia State, I went to Anambra State. It was only, I just passed Enugu a little. So, and everywhere was peaceful. So let me borrow the language of Peter Obi that was recently interviewed when he said there is no democracy, effective democracy in Nigeria. As of today, when you look at the event of the day, the president traveling, telling us 2 weeks working visit. Come on, man. What will the federal government represented by the president be doing in a foreign land for 2 weeks? What kind of working visit? What are you trying to bring the whole of France to Nigeria? What kind of investment will a president spend 2 weeks negotiating? I think it's absolutely unacceptable. I think one of my friends told me, he said, Nigeria has failed the black world, a retired military officer, and that's true. Nigeria is a big disappointment to the black world, and that is why it looks as if all the Western world has no recognition of Africa's existence, except coming to Africa to exploit our natural resources and use it to better the life of their people and their economy. Because Nigeria should be a steering point, a vocal point for the black world, to speak and to occupy important positions in the world. But look at what is happening in Nigeria. The president is nowhere to be found. We are here now, there are killings going on in a nation. If it were the Western world, but trust me, the president would have lived where he was at that particular time and flew back to the country to address the nation. But it's irrelevant to them. What they're after is 2027, that nobody is sure that somebody will be alive. Some of the voters may not be alive. Nobody can predict when someone will go and when he will leave. So the vice president went to Senegal to go and celebrate a party there. I mean, their what is it called, Independence Party. He went there. The Senate president, we have not heard from him. We don't know whether he has gone to court again concerning Natasha. Nigeria is left. The DSS is telling Nigerians that we should rise to the occasion to defend ourselves in whatever way, in whichever means we can achieve that. Nigerians should defend themselves. And I now ask the question, what was the difference from what Nnamdi Kanu said? This speech he made today was the same thing that Nnamdi Kanu was hammering on, that the Igbos or the Biafrans should defend themselves because they will be invaded by invaders. And a DSS director or whatever position he is occupying came out in the open to say Nigerians should defend themselves. That is, for me, it seems as if he's alleging that the military and paramilitary does not have the capacity to defend the Nigerian people. And so if he, serving in the government, could make such submission, I don't know why the federal government is still holding Nnamdi Kanu. It means that what Nnamdi Kanu was saying is completely right. It's 100% right. They should let that young man go and live his life because he has not committed any crime known to the Constitution or known to the laws of Nigeria. That is why the judiciary, the Nigerian law court, set him free and discharged him. But the government refused to let that man go. We that are living in this country, if I tell you that all is rosy, all is good, in fact, if we are living in a country where averagely we have 35% joy of living in this country, then it's a good mark. But I'm telling you, less than 5% of Nigerians can wake up in the morning and tell you what tomorrow, that they are happy of what they are seeing. Look at the fuel scarcity that is hitting Lagos now. Now, fuel has returned close to 1,000 naira. And there was jubilation and celebration before. Oh, Warri refinery is working. Port Harcourt refinery is working. Dangote, when it comes on board, the fuel price will crash, and so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the opposite. The cost of living has skyrocketed. Everything about this country, it is not coming down, is going up. And the tariff Donald Trump brought to Nigeria, 14%, we are still debating on the inflation rate we are having now, and another 14% tariff was hammered on Nigeria. And most of the drugs we take that are good are coming from this Western world. The motor we use in Nigeria does not manufacture any motor. They only assemble by Innocent. Even Innocent buy most of those papers from the Western world. With this 14% tariff, it will be very difficult for a common man to own a car in Nigeria. So bringing everything, when you look at it, our government cannot go to negotiate with Trump. Nobody is saying anything. They even felt that nothing was at stake. The government has not made any statement as regard to this tariff. But other countries of the world are calling Trump, trying to negotiate and have a path that will benefit their people. So it's quite unfortunate we are not enjoying democracy in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, man of righteous man. I see man of prestige. I wanted to ask you, I know it must be an error. Somebody was pointing out that you said somewhere that you went to the Southeast and returned to Nigeria. I'm sure you meant return to Lagos, is it?
I went to Southeast and I returned from Owerri. I took night journey from Owerri to Lagos in order to ascertain the security. This so much overblown insecurity that they say is ravaging the Southeast. So I purposely took a night bus from Owerri back to Lagos. That's what I said.
Okay.
Maybe I had said anything beside that, maybe it's a slip of tongue, but that's actually
I just want to confirm because it could be intentional. You could be trying to make a point. All right. Thank you, righteous man. And let's go to Foley. Welcome to the show. Can you hear me? We can't hear you. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay. Good evening, my brother.
Yeah. Hi. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. So we're talking about the trip, Tinubu's trip to France, which is either the 5th or the 6th or the 7th or the 8th, depending on who is counting and how they are counting it. So what is your take on that?
Actually, even when they were around, what are they doing?
Okay.
So I think that should be the question that we should ask ourselves. The reason why I asked that question is this. Before you even travel, I know Tinubu heard about incident that happened in Uromi. Is it Uromi or whatever? And I'm not sure a single statement actually come from the Mr. President to address such an action. And that actions, if care is not taken, is an action that can actually destroy the country that you are governing. So that alone should tell us something about these people governing our space. They have no interest about people they were serving, they were to serve. They are only after that position, presidency, governors, senators, House of Assembly member. That is what they are interested in, not the mission to save the country. But to make it short, I think the reason why they are doing all these things they are doing is because Nigeria are too docile. We accept everything that these people brought to us. Our voices, we don't even have voice. We have it, but we're not using them. We keep quiet in the face of anything that comes around us. And I believe this is the reason why these people are actually believing that they can do anything without anybody checkmating them. And I look forward for that day that Nigeria will speak up with one voice. No matter where your tribe, your language, your religion, the only problem we have is bad leadership. And the day we have the mind to condemn what bad leadership is, and we have a kind of system that will actually serve people, not the selfish people who have been parading themselves as a leader on our space. I think that day Nigeria will be free. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Foley. You mentioned Nigerians speaking with one voice. Why do you think they are not?
Because I think, firstly, tribalism, religion, and political. Wherever any party is doing something, and is as in, if people are trying to come on board to speak one voice, immediately the conversation did not go through who you are supporting. Everybody back off. Immediately it's not going through your tribe. Everybody back off. Immediately it's not going through your religion. Everybody will back off. I think this is the reason why we are not getting it. And until that day, we all put all those things aside and see our problem and confront it once and for all. I think that will be the day that we're going to have it done.
All right. Thank you. Paul, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Doctor, it's just sad for me. I hear so many things that different people must have said and every other thing. I don't know, but my body is just pushing me to correct some of them and every other thing. Like righteous man talking about cars coming to Nigeria. Cars coming to Nigeria has nothing to do with America because we are the one buying the car. So Nigerian government even put over 100% tariff on that car. So it's not America. We buy the cars in America cheap, but when you get to Nigeria, Nigeria punish us for bringing this car in. So righteous man understand that part. So it's not really, the tariff thing does not even affect Nigeria, if you hear the truth about it, because we barely export anything apart from crude oil that we export. We barely export anything. Every other raw materials that we have, it's some foreigners, Chinese, some foreigners own this thing in Nigeria and sell that thing. So these things don't really affect us like we may want to think, because we don't really benefit from this AGOA and the likes thing with America. So it won't really affect us to some extent. I understand some economics analysts who say this and that and this, but the question that I ask, what are we exporting? We have all the gum Arabic, we have all the cocoa, we have all the things. But when you go look cocoa, the Indian must have paid for this cocoa for up to 5 years ahead. You understand? We don't own these things. So these things don't really affect us like we may think and everything. Then talking about Tinubu, I think Tinubu is stuck with France. I know it's just hard for some of us, just no one don't want to say anything. Then they'll ask way of fact. And we all know that Tinubu went for his own health routine check. That's what he went there for, nothing more, nothing less. Every other thing we want to talk. And Tinubu has talked so much with France to the tune of even Tinubu had to do away with an American aircraft, the Boeing. You understand? He's flying an Airbus, an European aircraft. Tinubu is stuck there. And sometimes these our politicians don't really understand the implication of all the things they do. The aircraft you fly aircraft from those people. You go there for your health check. You don't understand. These people can use all these things to cut deals from you. You understand why American stock is plumbing right now. Sorry, I'm deviating here and there. It is because certain countries feel that America can betray, always change, default when it comes to agreements. Many countries put hold of buying an American F-16, F-35, up to Canada, Singapore, so many countries. South Korea, because every time you see any dispute, America always break agreements, even with what they're going with Korea. Our leaders should wake up and understand that counting your trust with this foreigner, it's never a good thing. If Tinubu people come out today and say, Tinubu didn't go for health check, doctor, me and you will live in America. We'll see where they'll tell you, oh, Joe Biden went for his health check. His cholesterol is this, is that. Biden went. When Tinubu went for health check anywhere in Nigeria, is it that Tinubu is like my 2-year-old son that can play, that can lick his own poop and still be healthy? You understand? When any hospital in Nigeria that you hear that the president went for his head check and everything, anywhere scattered in Nigeria, none. You understand? And he's doing his routine check and everything. He goes to Paris, he goes to France to go do these things and everything, buy their aircraft, make his family live there, do all those things there. You understand? When they close the door, when these people use all those things to negotiate, you'll be at the losing part. I'm still wondering when our leader will wake up. As poor as North Korea can be, they can still fight. You know why? Because they try as much as possible not to depend on anybody. Countries that depend on the US very much, these are the countries that is affecting. You understand? But when you depend on yourself, I said it last week and I'll say it last week, America placed sanction up to 24,000 sanction to Russia. But Russia is still surviving. Are they doing it? They are still surviving. You understand? So depending on all these people so much, whenever they tweak anything, it's going to tell on you. How do you go do your health routine check? You do everything outside the shores of Nigeria. And we've been doing that for a very long time. We see Buhari with UK. We see somebody like Pobia, Singapore. We see somebody like Mugabe, Singapore. Why? What is wrong with Africa? What is wrong with us?
Obia lives in Switzerland in a hotel.
Yes. He's lived in Switzerland. I think I agree. It's as good as he's even a citizen of Switzerland, not a resident any longer. That's the height of stupidity. You understand? And this thing has become normal. Like here we would talk. No Nigerian rich men, they all have their kids outside. They all have all type of foreign passport. Where is our allegiance? Doctor, I'm from the South region. You understand? There is something called when people say you go offshore, you go deep sea, you go work. You work 1 month work, then you go down, you take 1 month off and everything. So these men, Nigeria is just their offshore. They just come here and make all this money and then they go back. That's why they make all type of mistake. You see the traffic that go on in Lagos the other day and everything. They never plan for the people because to them, they do favor. It is favor to the people. You understand? They talk at us. They don't talk with us. You understand? They don't hold us anything. You understand? And the man is doing that and he felt it's the right thing. You see Akpabio the other day, giving all his emotional testimony and thanksgiving whichever way. I flown my wife to Germany. I had small accident. He flown to Germany. And he said he built state-of-the-art hospital, 5-star hospital in Nigeria. But nobody is going there. I myself too, I'm even going to Turkey to go help this my bar head. You see the way the proliferation of people traveling to Turkey for their air this thing. They'll fly first class, they'll sleep in 5-star hotel. Turkish is making revenue from all these things. Which hospital do we have in Nigeria that people do all those things? And if you manage see, you see that the Nigerians that is coming from the diaspora or some few foreigners who put this investment together. And over time, some of them will even regret putting all this investment because the government going to keep frustrating them by the day. No tax waiver, no nothing. They make all this thing. The common man can't benefit from it. What type of country are we running? That place is not a country. So I know a slip of tongue with righteous man when he said he traveled back to Nigeria. It's as good as traveling from one place to another place. It's like he traveled to Nigeria because it's a big stress. It looked like travel to a country. Meanwhile, he travel across state line. That's my take on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah, greeting everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. And it's another day in our platform. We know what's going on in Nigeria and what's going on in USA, so I'm not going to talk much about USA. You know what's going on. What I'm going to say, Ekene, if you're listening, who's again is Maga, whatever. Anyway, Ekene probably, one. So all your, if you're listening, only thing I'm gonna say is have fun. Huh? It's life being good for you. I hope you do it. So this is for you. I know you're listening, so you need what it is. Let's take you to the main topic. Paul, you made a statement about reference what righteous man said earlier. That the 14% tariff on export. That's what it is. So it's definitely, we are lacking of revenue already, or whatever. We probably have the revenue, but they are still in it. But that 40% is going to hit Nigeria. So let's call it what it is. I know we only export like, I think the last data I have is like about 4 billion, export of crude oil. I think it was 20 or 22. Not really 4 billion. We do export like refined petroleum, petroleum gas, and crude oil is the main one, like about 2.84 billion. If you calculate what we export in USA in that oil sector, it's about 4 billion. I don't have the data for the current year, even the one of last year, I don't have the data. I can only find, with my search engine, I can only find one or 23. When we do export, it's probably more right now, maybe, I don't know. But it's definitely going to.
Sorry, if you don't mind, I know I'm doing the wrong thing, but if you don't mind. So when you talk export, take for example now, Nigeria is the 5th largest exporter of cocoa bean and every other thing. But the people who buy this cocoa from Nigeria, they get a very good deal compared to other countries that they put tariff on 20%. So remember, it is the host country, it's America that is paying for the tariff. It is not we. We will sell this thing for 20 naira. And it get to America, you pay 14% of it. So understand that. So the tariff is America that is paying, that is buying it. It is not we. So if they buy it very cheap, and if you get to America and they put us on 14%, compared to China, who they put on 25%, 54%, 30%, so our product can still sell well. Hold on. It is not you. It is not you that is paying for the tariff. We sell our product to America. When you get to America, America pays 14%. So tariff simply means that if your product is too expensive, now nobody wants to buy your product. Do you get my point now? But if our product is very, very cheap.
I'm not an economist. Are you telling me the 14% is not going to, reduce Nigerian revenue?
No, it's not affecting us. We already sell it. We already sell the product. So when you get to America, custom and border control, custom will now place 14% of what you are selling. Simply mean it make your product a little bit expensive for Americans to buy. That's why the meaning of tariff, another definition of tariff, sometimes people don't understand it. It is called import charge, not export, import. So tariff simply mean that if your product is too expensive, which means nobody will buy. Say for example, now if our cocoa now becomes very expensive, then they might say, let us go buy in Guatemala, where they put their tariff on 1% and our own is 14%. So now look, for example, look the tariff to Ghana, to Ivory Coast, all these countries that have cocoa bean. When you look at that level, you ask yourself, what is the price? Then when you talk about crude oil, you understand, we sell international price. So every one of us is at flat rate. So if all of us is at flat rate, now you now calculate What is the percentage? Remember, America started buying Jet A1 from Nigeria because they just sanctioned Venezuela that they buy from. That's why they are buying. And one of the refineries in New Jersey is undergoing construction and everything. That's why they are buying. It's just a temporary thing. Then over time, they change when they want to switch to ethanol. They put almost 14% during summertime to ethanol and everything, which we don't even do the ethanol thing. We don't have the cassava stuff with our refined product and the likes. So it will really affect us. If 14% still favor us to sell our product.
No problem. Thank you. So in my time, let me talk about Tinubu. So there's something I gather. Tinubu has been in the office for a little bit less than 2 years, right? Right. Not quite 2 years. But he has been out of the country.
All right, man of Prestige, we can't hear you very well. So I think
you can't hear me?
Yeah, your earpiece probably. It's not sounding right.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but it goes in and out. I don't know about other people where they are. I have difficulties.
Is it better right now?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, I was saying that Tinubu has been in the office for less than 2 years. Just make it an approximately 2 years. Just make it 2 years. But he has been out of the country for 54 days out of those 2 years. So maybe I need to go in and come back, right?
All right. All right, we will take that. Thank you so much. Now the last.
Hold on. Is it better now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Stop talking shit about Trump, okay?
Let me finish my earpiece. Hold on. Don't cut me off. Let me remove my earpiece. See if that's gonna work.
All right. After this, we are going to touch on Trump. So those who want to weigh in on
is it better now?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Me? Okay. So I was saying about Tinubu, being traveling out of the country. I mean, they say he went on a working visa, but we know why he went there. It's for.
All right, man of Prestige, we can't hear you anymore.
Yeah, let me go ahead and come back.
All right, thank you. So let's see. Ike, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, good afternoon.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Me too. My brother Paul. Ovie, God bless you. Happy to see you. Hey, righteous man. Happy to see you, righteous man. God bless you. And my brother Tony, stay humble. Happy to be here again today. We're talking about your president, right? I think that was the first topic, your president, right?
I know. The moment you got a different passport, you just...
He has never been my president, or you know where I stood. He has never been my president, so I never forever recognize him as my president because he never won an election. He's an armed robber who is staying at the Asoro. He was not supposed to be there. So, but your president decided to go to France for appraisal of his achievement for two years, right? It is, my brother, it is see finish, If it is not see finish, many presidents of the world, when their country is having a problem, if they went on official visit, they run back to their country, right? South African president did it. The president of Kenya did it. America does it almost every time. If Biden or Bush or anybody goes anywhere and there is a little problem, they flew back to their country. But your own president run away from his own problem to go and make appraisal in France. Which means when Macron wants to make appraisal too, he will fly to Abuja to come to sit in Nigeria to make appraisal of his achievement, right? There are so many places your president could have gone for appraisal. We have killings in Uromi, right? He could have gone to Edo State. There are killings in Plateau State. He could have gone to Plateau State. There are killings that is going on every day in Benue State. There are killings that are going on every day in Enugu and Ebonyi State. The one of Imo State, I'm no more talking about it because it has become part of what we live with it. It has become part of Imo State. So, but there are many places he could have gone to do appraisal of what he has achieved. But because he has no mission, he has no vision for being where he is, that's why it's going to be 2 weeks. And remember that your presidential jet, wherever they're going to park it, my brother Paul is in aviation. You know how much they're going to pay for 2 weeks, you know? And we are talking about cost of governance. We are talking about trying to reduce corruption in Nigeria. But does he care? He doesn't care, because it was in his presence that the killing of Uromi took place. All he decided to do is to jet out of Nigeria, you know, to go and spend 2 weeks in France for appraisal of his administration. This is a government that has no direction. They are everywhere. They're everywhere. A government, a president that is being run by a president that decided that the only way he can rule Nigeria is by proxy. You have so many people speaking on his behalf, people that are not supposed to be speaking. Your president in America now, you see him, he prefers to speak everything instead of anybody speaking for him, because that's why he's the president of the country. You're the man in charge. So you should have the ability, the capacity, the strength, and the energy to be president of a country. But he doesn't have it, you know, because it is all about grab it, steal it, and run away with it. This is the situation we are. So for anybody to believe this man that is going to France for 2 weeks to make appraisal of his achievements. What are his achievements? The achievement is killing in Nigeria, innocent blood that is being shed in Nigeria every day. Every day, the panda figures about the economic achievement and the employment. I don't see where it is. The common man in the street in Nigeria is not feeling anything. So I think that it is see finish, Dr. Damaji. This is what is called see finish. Because it's a country of no consequences. Because he believes there is not going to be any consequences of whatever he does. Because there is no consequences in Nigeria. You can do anything and get away with it because there are no consequences. He's only doing what he's doing because it is all about see finish. We can't do anything. Nigerians cannot say anything. Nigerians cannot react. Nigerians cannot say, no, we don't want this. This is enough. That's why anybody does whatever they want and they get away with it. So why are we surprised? We know why he went to France, but whatever they say, I believe that it is sad, my brother, because the killing in Nigeria, what is going on in Nigeria, what this herdsman is doing in Nigeria is enough for your president. Well, we have a good ranch. We have a good ranch. If he needed a quiet place to go and do appraisal, I know I was saying they have a presidential yacht, or is it yacht they call it, Dr. Rudolph? Is it yacht they call it? He has a yacht that is like almost a house. He could have gone to the yacht in one of the seas somewhere, sit there and make appraisal, right? We have so many places he could have gone in Nigeria to do appraisal of his administration. Is his administration, the insecurity in Nigeria is not made by you or me. The killings we have every day, people running away from their homes is not my making. People living in IDP camp is not my making. It's the making of his government. So why is he going to France? So if Macaroni want to do his own, probably he might choose Abuja, or he might choose Enugu State to come and do appraisal for his achievement in France. My brother, it is see finish. God bless you.
All right, thank you, Ike. One of Prestige, finish up your thoughts so that we change topics.
Is it better right now, Dr. Damage?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me conclude on the statement I was making. I was talking about Tinubu, going out of the country. So, like I was saying, Tinubu has accumulated an absentee of 54 days. This has been in office less than 2 years. So, put that in the calendar, see what that makes. I mean, every time he goes out or whatever, we know where he's going, why he will normally go. It's for medical treatment. So, he has not been able to establish or renovate the clinic we have in Aso Rock. I don't know if anybody saw the video that was circulating in Lagos. It's a person that took his wife to the hospital. They asked him to pay 500 naira before they can even admit him or whatever. He doesn't have the 500 naira. He keep on running to different hospitals. I don't know how many hospitals.
500,000.
And the wife died. Yeah, it has been circulating since. I don't know if anybody here has seen it. But,
yeah, it's 500,000, not 500.
yeah, 500,000, right. But what does that tell you about Nigeria? You know, I mean, the clinic in Nigeria, you know, they can't even do anything to it. You know, this is where we are. But what pains me about Tinubu trip is not just because of the trip. He said, when I go to France, I'm going to do I'm going to do an evaluation of my 2 years in office. So you are going out of the country to go do the evaluation of Nigeria about how you know what you have achieved or what you have not achieved in the last 2 years. That's what he said. Part of his visit, you know, part of his working visit is to go evaluate his 2 years in office. So imagine that, you know, what's going on. And we're going to talk about, I don't really want to talk about Tinubu. I don't know if you know about what happened in Benue State, about 52 people that was killed. I think it's in Plateau. I think it was in Plateau. So that's what's going on in this country. But I wanted to ask you, I don't know if we're going to touch on that. Why does the herdsman has to carry gun? And every other tribe doesn't have to carry tribe. So whenever it comes to killing and everything, what's going on? Yeah. If a Yoruba man carry a gun, you know, they're going to say he's a thief. If a Igbo man carry a gun, they're going to say he's a cultist. Not alone, an Igbo man carry a gun, they're going to call the Igbo man a terrorist. But only the Fulani can carry gun in Nigeria. I don't know what kind of country we are, where, you know, this is not equal. So I don't know where we go from here. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. Finally, Prince Akwachi.
Dr. Damages, good morning.
Yeah.
Man of prestige, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Ike, Mr. Paul, Mr. Righteous Man, other people on the panel. First, let me start with Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, I don't know your knowledge about economics, but you've just shown that you have a poor knowledge of economics. What is tariff? Tariff is tax. And you talking about, oh, it's Americans that is going to pay. Which America? Which America? What it means is that whatever that is being brought from Nigeria have an additional 14% placed on it. It means that your okra, your egusi, your ogbono, I'm waiting to see Ekene that was shouting, oh, what are you? I want to see him. It's an additional cost placed on it. And what does the seller do? The person who imported it, or the person who is going to wholesale it, will pass it on to the retailer. It means that assuming you buying oil, let's say you buying a red oil, say $25 at a time, with the whatever that is being placed, by the time they divide it, there's an additional $2 added on top of it, which is $27. It's an inflation, not a deflation. Okay? And where does it go to? It is the retailers, it is you and I that pays it, not Trump. Trump is not going to pay it. Whatever money it is goes to the U.S. Federal government. So that is tariff. So stop saying America will pay it. Who is the America? Is it George Bush that is going to pay it? Is it George Bush that is going to eat the okra? Is it George Bush that is going to eat the ogbono? It's you and I. Okay? So that's just that. I'm surprised we are asking, why does the illegitimate president go to France? For Christ's sake. That is where his partner in crime, Chagori, is. Are we saying that we don't know about the Chagoris? Chagoris have a palace in France. And that's where they go and converge and talk about how they're going to share the next money that is going to come, especially when they're using that highway to hell that said he's going to Calabar. What a shame. I was watching the Minister of Works yesterday, Dave Umahi, beating around the bush, talking about how they want to add a railway that is going to go from Ojota to Calabar, and I was just laughing. in my mind, the first thing that came out of my mouth is this man gonna be alive to see that railway go to Calabar? We are watching. It's not gonna happen. It's not even gonna happen in 10 years. Look at the blue rail, the red rail that took them how many years to come into fruition in Lagos? Then talk less about something that is gonna go from Ojota to Calabar. I lived in Calabar and I know how far it is and I know what it is. Let's see how it's gonna go through the high sea that they're talking about. Common Independent Bridge the other day, they closed it down. And what Dave Umahi was gonna say is that, oh, the sand at the foot of the bridge, it's kind of like being taken by people, and as such, it's kind of like the rods are not laying on anything. Rather, it's just kind of like hanging in there. And he was asked, what is the next thing to do? He doesn't even know. He said in 3 weeks they're gonna go back and then they're gonna do whatever that they're gonna do. What a shame. What a shame. So,
all right.
I rest my case for now. Nigeria is in it. Sorry, your illegitimate president is in France. Sorry.
All right, thank you, Prince. I'll let Paul respond to you. I could have, if Paul is not here, I would have said that Paul was actually talking about what happens to Nigeria and Nigerians, not Nigerians in America. But Paul can answer. At the same time, I wanted to answer to XYZ. Just to say that we're open. If you have a different opinion, you can come on. We don't pick. I don't go to homes of people who come here and wake them up and tell them to come and contribute. We're open to anybody to come and contribute.
So they are opposite view, just that we never reach the main topic now. So
all right. We have to rush. I want us to get to other topics. Paul, just 1 minute.
Okay, Doctor, I think Prince Kochi, I understand since I didn't vote for Biden. He is mad at them for that thing. But you know how funny it is. My brother, it is, I don't know how I can use the point. What we consume as Nigerians in America. I hope you know almost 50 to 70% of these things too. It's not even coming from Nigeria. We buy Gary from Gambia, Senegal. We buy very many of these things. They are not even coming from Nigeria. If it is that one you want to talk, I'm talking about the bigger thing, like exporting of crude oil. They are this time now, thank God for Dangote, exporting of Jet A1 and every other thing. So when you talk about exporting of Jet A1, now if you talk about crude, we use OPEC, so it's of international price, standard price, it's a flat rate. So if they place one country for 20% tariff and they give us 14%, then our product is more cheaper. It is the man who buy this product, who buy this gin from Egypt, the man who buy this product from whatever place and bring to America. It is the person that is paying. What is tariff? It's a new English. You understand? It's called import charge. You understand? Your goods get to here, the CBP, custom will charge you tariff. Simply mean I send a car to Nigeria. The car that I sent to Nigeria, a 2015 car that I sent to Nigeria, you clear an SUV 2015 car, 15 million naira in Nigeria. If I bring a 2001 car, because Nigeria said the car must not pass 15 years. If I bring a 2001 car, they still charge me 15 million because they put that car for 2010, not the 2001. Nigerian government charged me the tariff. That's why cars are expensive in Nigeria. So what we bring to Nigeria is Nigeria that tax us that tariff. It's called import charge. What goes to America is an American company buy a product. Why the product land in America, custom puts the tariff, what they used to call import charge. You understand? So when you look 14% compared to very many countries, it does not really affect Nigeria, which means our products still have good deals. I know our politicians fail us. Our politicians fail us in the sense that we never benefit AGOA, like selling so many things, which to some extent, I don't really subscribe to selling so many things to America. If our economy depends on America, the day America lose touch with us, they fire us. Barack Obama fire us. They stopped buying our crude since 2014 before they started going back again after they placed all this sanction on Venezuela and the likes. They never buy our crude for years. I hope people understand all these things. So tariff is not what goes out. It is what comes in. You understand? That is what is called tariff. It's called import charge. That is the definition of tariff.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Kenneth, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please. We can't hear you. Try again. No, can't hear you. All right. The girls are after you. They don't want to. No, we can't hear you.
Yep, his network is not gonna work because he's a MAGA. It's not working. It's not working.
Yeah, people, they're after you. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, you can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Master Prince. See.
Just so you know,
you're very, Master Prince, you are very diabolical, right?
I'm not taking words from you. In 2 days, we lost 6 trillion.
Hold on. Prince, hold on.
Yeah.
We are not going.
Even when you don't plan to come on the show.
Hold on? Trump is the next topic. So if you want to weigh in on Tinubu's trip to France, you can say something. Then we take a break. Not quite a long time break. Just 2 minutes. I want to announce something, and then we can go back to Trump. So go ahead.
But I can say a little thing about the tariff, right?
The
US tariff.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, not the tariff. The Tinubu thing. When we get to Trump, it's about the tariff. That's all we're talking about.
But Tinubu is a waste of time now. It's just like discussing poo-poo. How can you be discussing poo-poo? It's a waste of time.
Jesus.
I'm tired of Tinubu.
All right. So let's just wait. Let's take a break. I just want to remind viewers that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are dropping politics for a short time. We are bringing some folks from Hollywood. They're going to talk to us about content creation, movies, documentary, and people in that field. These guys are one of the major distributors of Nollywood, African movies, African products across platforms in America. So things like Tubi, things like Amazon Prime, places like Netflix, and so on and so forth. So they are going to join us tomorrow from LA to talk about what, if for those who are interested in that topic, what you need to do if you are producing for big platforms in America and maybe around the world. So tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa at 1:30 p.m. here in New York and 6:30 p.m. in Nigeria. So those who want to join us can take note of that. All right. So we are going to change. All right, Donald Trump. He made a speech this week that changed the trajectory of politics around the world. Most of you, wherever you are in the world, if you have stocks like Man of Prestige, if you deal with currencies, you have been impacted. So part of what he did was to announce tariff on several countries, virtually all the countries in the world, I think. I don't think even countries that do not sell anything to the United States. So let's listen to it.
So if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So 67%. So we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be, because we never charged anybody anything. But now we're going to charge. European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%. So we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough, great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46% and much higher for certain items like cars, you know, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The prime minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades. And it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China and charged them. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand.
Dr. Damages, we can hear you.
Oh, I wasn't speaking. I was trying to stop Trump from speaking. All right. So
okay.
I'm sure by now most of you know what he said. Let me start with number one Trump supporter on this platform. Can I?
Yes, the original MAGA.
How is your 401k? How is your stock option?
Yeah, my 401k is very good. At least I'm very sure that I have one. Unlike when Obama was the president, and he was boldly telling us that we may not have 401k at the end of the day.
And then stop lying. Stop lying.
No, hold on. You know, I'm not like you. I'm not always confused. You know, whatever I say can be verified. You know, so Biden told us the same thing, and I was really, really getting mad, knowing that after all this suffering, at the end of the day, I will have nothing to lay my hands on. But here we have a president that is trying to strengthen the economy. Actually, Paul, I have to commend you because some of us we are very good with theory, but very poor in practical. Just as we have some medical doctors that are very good in going to the back cutting to look through their book before they give therapy. But we have those that are very good at it. They've spent their time to learn about medicine and all that. Same way we have economics that are very good in theory.
Can I don't go far? We have a lot. Can I don't go far? We have a lot.
Okay. Okay. Good. Yeah. So if you don't trade in business, if you don't export and import, you find it difficult to really understand what Trump is trying to do. And here's where I come in, Mr. Paul. In 2024, there was a study about Trump's tariff. What if Trump imposed, a kind of tariff on other countries? What would be the outcome? And the study came out that it will actually strengthen the U.S. economy and may likely lead to significant reassuring in manufacturing industry and even steel industry. So we have a president that is trying to strengthen the economy. Other countries have tariffs, on the U.S., but yet the consumers were able to afford the commodities. Let me put it this way: the cost of this pen in China might be just 20 cents. These companies or importers will import it to US, and it will cost us $20, for example. $20. So who is taking all the benefit, the reward, gains or profits to those importers or manufacturers or whatever they call themselves? Now, the president is trying to put a tariff that will either give those companies or the importers two options now: either to transfer those tariffs on the consumers, or they will just absorb it on their own. Now, if they put it on the consumers, here the consumers have option. Must I buy this? I have a locally made options. I would rather patronize the locally made options that will be rather cheaper. And doing this will kind of encourage domestic production. When we have a president, a Biden's president, that absolutely nothing is being produced in the US. They are all imported, and we are all happy with that. Go to the store, go to the mall as I'm talking to you today. Pick any item in the mall. It's either made in China, India, Kenya, even Kenya, right? We don't have anything. The phone that you are using right now is made in China. Whether you are using Samsung or iPhone, it's made in China. Is it forbidden for US to manufacture their own items? What they consume. Is it forbidden? You have a bold president that say enough is enough. You, the importers, you have two options. It's either you stop importing so that we encourage our local production, or you absorb the cost. If the cost is being transferred to the consumers, you have options. Go for the cheaper one. Go for the locally made one. And we don't see that. It is because Trump is making it, or Trump is imposing it. So Trump is evil, because we've already have a fixated mind against or hatred against Trump. Whatever he does is evil. Are we not? Why can't we look at the advantages? We are all seeing the disadvantage. Everything coming from Trump is evil, is bad. That politics is not played that way. Politics is where you can free your mind, man, so that you understand what is going on. You don't have a fixated mind against Trump. It will make you blind. You will not see. You will not see. So people like us that have cross-carpeted from being Democrats to Republicans, to conservatives, we are not coming back. We've been in the dark. Now we've seen the light.
Thank you, Kene. I hopefully, as we go along, I will keep you around, because you need to answer questions from people, most likely. Let me go to Paul, and then I come down to Tony and other people. Paul, what's your view?
Yeah, so Doctor, let's just even talk about this and bringing jobs back to America. I think in the 70s is Nixon that started this thing. America never had any relationship at all with China. Then Nixon, when they discovered that, come on, we can produce a product, as in the 70s, minimum wage in China, it was like 10 cents. You understand? So they felt we can get a good deals and everything. That's how they open up this deal with China. And by the day, make America keep creating, it is the greediness of the oligarchy. That's why America keep having more billionaires by the day, more millionaires by the day, because they take advantage. But the thing is that because the American politics is heavily corrupt and everything, and these rich men buy these politicians, this is where the problem comes. When you talk about economics today, there's something called outsourcing. Outsourcing is simple thing. There's what we call capital flight. Capital flight chase wherever you see opportunity. That's where your capital goes. These people in the Midwest that is trying to bring these jobs will never come. Because when these jobs is in America, in the 70s, when we were talking about automobile, Michigan, Detroit is the richest city in the whole world. And remember, 80% of the people who manufacture this product did not even have, good percentage of them didn't even have secondary school certificates. You understand? And every other thing. But remember, if these jobs come back again, it's coming back for graduates. You understand? Because the age and time have changed so many things. Technology and everything, you must have certain skills. But when politicians want to talk, politicians talk to the downtrodden, talk to the ordinary white man like, they take your job and we will bring the job back. But sorry, if you are not well educated, the job will never come to you. And remember, doctor, if this job come back, it's not coming to the ordinary American like me. This job is coming to become robots. You understand? It is robot that will do the job, not me. So politicians create all this problem for themselves and everything because they don't want to regulate the system, the tax code, the everything. That's why you see Elon Musk fight every country of the world, but never fight China because his own factory is in China. He never talked anything negative about China. You understand? Because almost finished product is what is coming to California and what is going to Austin, Texas. You understand? So we can comfortably tell you that even though Tesla is almost produced in China. So these are the things, but they are just distracting people, use these things to do politics. These jobs won't come back. It won't come back. And the way Trump is going about the job, regulation is a bigger problem in America. And if you losing all these things, then the opportunity will come. If Trump put all the tariff, he still cannot compete with the man in China, where check out the minimum wage in China and the minimum wage in America. So if you put this tariff again, China can still compete with an American business, except you just want to place a ban that this product won't come. But if you don't want to place a ban, the BYD is #1 EV car in the world today. You understand? America plays almost 200%. You understand? So that car can compete with the American EVs, the one they produce here. These are the things that they do so that they can compete. But talking about, say, you just want to bring this job back. If you bring the job back, Americans will not benefit. It is still the big men that will still benefit from it. So why not maintain the outsourcing thing and understand that certain things you can't do it? The world today, you cannot produce anything start to finish in one place. It doesn't work like that any longer. You take here, and you put all these things together. These are the things that Trump needs to understand and everything. So you micromanage and how you regulate these things very well. Trump can't fight the whole world. It's going to really, really affect him. You understand? And his fellow Republican have started kicking back at him. And if it happened like this, just remember, like my brother Ekene, remember what will happen in midterm. You understand? In 1 year time now, plus, he will become a lame duck president. He's going to lose the House. If he continue like this, once midterm election comes, he's going to lose the House and he's going to frustrate and affect everything that he's doing. I don't think it will work. For the record, I lost $4,807 on Thursday. I lost almost 3,000 yesterday. I picked myself from the school. I was driving. My son said, "Dad, why did you check it? Why did you check it?" It was funny. I never that thing. I lost over 7,000 in 2 days. In fact, I'm scared of checking any longer.
All right, thank you.
But I'm not retiring anytime soon. So with my knowledge with these things, it's not affecting me because I am still high risk. So that's why I'm losing more. But because I'm not retiring anytime soon, the market will still correct itself. So I don't get worried about that. All I get worried of, I don't want to lose my job. But say the market, no, I don't have a problem with that. It will correct itself.
All right, thank you. Tony, what do you make of this? I want you to address it from a different angle, not just your take. Trump, after Trump made that announcement, the Secretary of Commerce told CNN that other countries should just relax. They shouldn't take action. They should take a breath. They shouldn't take revenge and things like that. But we know now that China did, Canada did, and other countries are considering what they're going to do. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Damages. Quite right. I know that Canada has threatened, and they even threatened that the parts of America that they supply the electricity to, that they can stop it. That would be a disaster. But immediately after Trump's Liberation Day speech, which is a disaster, global market tanked as a result of that policy. The world generally, if you look at the figures that we have, the U.S. stocks went down, lost 2.5 trillion. I'm talking about the stock exchange. Dow Jones was down, S&P 500 down, Nasdaq Composite down. It was before that policy. The chief executive of J.P. Morgan, in his forecast, said that the recession in the U.S. is likely by 40%. But after Trump's Liberation Day speech, the same gentleman said that recession in America is likely, and the figure that he put there is 60%. So we'll all be praying that we won't lose our job. But generally, even before that, we know that unemployment as a result of his policy has been down, consumer confidence down, my 401k is down, aviation industry comatose, with having certain mishaps and so on and so forth. But it also has triggered quite a lot of things internationally. If you look at China, for instance, China initially placed a tariff on U.S. goods for, just as we had, 67%. And U.S. initially was 20%, that they tax Chinese goods coming to America. But they now Trump now added 34%, making it 54%. Now, what it means, because the U.S. hardly produces anything, most of the production, manufactured goods come from China and Mexico and so on and so forth. So the implication is that those goods that are here, Chinese goods, for instance, which are commonplace here, it means that they're going to go up. So we're going to have the impact here, and as a matter of fact, prices have started going up. And my brother Ikene is going to be pay part of the pinch. If you look at the implication on some African countries like Lesotho, is disastrous, because Lesotho is a poor country, and most of its exports in textiles, go to America. The balance of trade with America is in favor of Lesotho. So South Africa, Lesotho are very, very negatively affected by this policy. The South African rand immediately in response, just went down. So there's quite a lot that is going to happen. There's going to be reciprocal reciprocity, by some other countries. They're already doing that, and I don't think that this policy is well thought, properly thought. Tesla's shares have gone down, although even before this time, 50%, and it's going to be affected, because Elon Musk, just like Paul said, does most of his production from China. So there's no way that this policy is going to favor Trump. But I think he's all doing this, because he wants to please the oligarchs, so it's a complete somersault. And we just pray that America, we don't see a disaster here. We saw what happened in, if you look at public opinion now about Trump's policies, how Americans feel, is Trump's, this thing is in the negative. That of the vice president also is in negative, -8. Elon Musk is -18.
All right, Tony.
So it's a disaster. So let me just stop there.
Thank you, Tony. Ovie.
Yeah, let me come from historical perspective as a student of the America experiment. First of all, USA, USA, USA. People are talking about the stock exchange. So, stock exchange represents just 10% of America. The 10% of America have had their ride for the last 50 years. And the flip side of that is that they made the middle Chinese richer and the middle American poorer. So the end of that jolly has end. It is time for the 90% of America land to look forward to a greater America. Now, going back to history, Dr. Dameji, two of your last guests, talking about Dr. Emmanuel and Dele Ogun. You remember clearly my disagreement with Dr. Emmanuel, who was saying that Trump is going to oversee the downfall of the American empire, just like Gorbachev in the oversaw the Soviet Union. And I made him to understand that he actually doesn't understand what this era today of America means. That for him to understand what the Trump administration represents, he needs to go and study the 5th president of America, which is James Monroe, and the 25th president of America, which is William McKenzie. Now, I point out those two people because our brother earlier on was talking about the idea of Greenland. For you to understand why Greenland is in the picture today, the Panama and Canada, that's where the James Monroe come into question when he approached the Congress, joined Congress, just like what Trump did with the Union address, and let the American people know that they have come of age. For that reason, all the European power to stay clear of their sphere of influence, that any of their president will be treated as a national security threat, which drove the European power, that this was in 1823, which drove the European power to assemble in Berlin 1844, and eventually scavenge the continent of Africa for what it is today. Now, fast forward to that, the 25th president, William McKenzie, he came into power 1897. And why I say you understand that is because of the idea of tariff. It was known for tariff, it was known for the protectionism of the American system. Unfortunately, he got assassinated in 1801 during that first time. Some people will argue it was because of the tariff. But what happened subsequent then is what people who invested in stock exchange are now talking about. At the end, between that 1901, which eventually led us to the First World War. If you remember, I often say it here, if you don't understand First World War, you don't understand what is actually happening, right? It is within that period that the Treaty of Versailles was introduced, which gave back to United Nations, European Union, whatever that we are seeing today. I am putting all that to say that at the end of what Trump tariff is going to do, we are going to have a new world order. That the world as we see it today is gone. So in order for you to actually be brave to understand what is coming, what is here, America will be 250 years in 3 months' time under Trump. So what is going is pretty much what I said earlier at the beginning. America is undergoing renovation. They are renovating their house. In this context, the world, I said it before, America is an experiment. What are they experimenting? An idea to dominate the world. So they are here to actually carry out the renovation and change the rules. It doesn't matter who caught in that process, inside or from outside. This is where the people like Eric Kissinger idea would come to permanence, which says that it is dangerous to be an enemy of America, but at the same time, this is more what foolish to be. So at this point, the whole idea of universal tariff is to bring individual on the table. Remember, I was arguing with you the other day that the idea of Europe is gone. Now, every country will have to come to the table one by one and negotiate. And how we go ahead and say that part of that negotiation is that you have to pick a side. Are you with us or you are with China? Because that's the goal. Because if you are following Trump through it, when after the whole announcement, the president of Vietnam actually got on phone and say, we are going to actually reverse our own tariffs to zero. He said, okay, when you come, we are going to sit down and have it. So the times that we are in are not normal, but at the same time, it's just history unfolding. America has gone into a stage that they had to move to the next level. So the idea that again, I'm giving all the historical context because it is not about Trump. After Trump, he was still going to continue the next 10 to 15 years. Yes, and I will go ahead to say yes. 2028, Trump will run, and I guarantee you, he's going to win.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Man of prestige. I had so many questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
The conversation.
I'm not going to come here, make the obscene statement that I normally do. I think we elected Donald Trump. He said that he's going to do all these tariffs and everything, and he was elected. So we shouldn't be bothered about what's going on. He said that he's going to do this, and that's exactly what's happening. So having said that, I think Paul made a statement in reference to Paul made a statement in reference to it's not going to affect us. It's definitely going to affect us. From my research, it's going to weaken the demand.
All right. Man of prestige.
So it's going to affect.
Because of the land. Shut him off.
We have about 10 annual.
We can't hear you. No, we have problems. We're hearing you.
I don't know what's going on with my system today.
In California.
I don't know what's going on.
All right. So
is it Kene that is bewitching you? Is it Kene?
Because of the land, held his mouth shut.
Dr. Damages, I don't have much to say about your tariff and no tariff. It's not my business. But I just want to ask a very simple and honest question to you guys that live in the U.S. because I don't live in the U.S. Because when Ekene was expatiating his point, he was talking about locally manufactured product and the one that is come from outside, that the one that come from outside is more expensive than the locally manufactured product. But I want to ask you a question. How honestly or sincerely is it true that product that is manufactured in America is more cheaper than the one that manufactured by China? Can anybody tell me that's the reality?
Okay, Mr. Ike, you misunderstood what I said. I said that nothing is being manufactured in America as we talk today. Everything, including these glasses on Dr. Zameshi's eye right now, is made in China. Everything is made in China. Do you understand? So what I said is this will encourage domestic production. And again, if there is ever a little like all this oatmeal, all those food that we get from the grocery that have been manufactured, produced locally, it will protect them. It will protect these industries, right, to thrive. So it's a way of encouraging domestic production. Unlike what you have in Nigeria, where nothing is manufactured in Nigeria, and no encouragement, no any sort of protection, no any sort of policies that will encourage local production. So that's what I'm saying. And again, those things that are being imported from overseas into the US are expensive. You may actually get locally made one to be of either the same price or even lower.
All right.
It's not taken because they are greedy importers.
All right. Can I thank you?
Dr. Damages, can I add something? Labor is very expensive in America, so there's no how.
Tony, no, hold on. Okay, let me get I finish.
Yeah, because I am just very surprised to hear what Ekene is explaining to me that nothing is made in America, and I just want you guys who live in the US to prove that, because if there is nothing that is made in the US, I mean, even though in Nigeria we don't produce even toothpick, we import, but is it the same thing in the US? That's why I say I don't have much to say.
It's not true.
Okay, that's all I have to say. I don't have anything to say about the tariff of a thing.
Mr. Ike, compared to China, that's what they are saying.
Three things that is being manufactured in this country. Three.
Let me. Are you waiting for me to tell you three things that I want to?
Yeah, electronics. Three electronics that is manufactured in this country. Three.
This is how economics of the world develop. No, I don't need to give a lecture. Okay, hold on. Let me get to hear from other people. I'll talk to you Yeah. Pulo, welcome again. I wanted you to, I want you to weigh in on this, but there's another topic I want you to talk about, but that will be later, because we don't want to move away from Trump. We want to get everybody to weigh in on Trump, and then we'll come to the topic. That topic is about how do we understand what's going on in the North. I have a video here where someone who said he's Hausa was actually talking about how what we understand as Fulani, what they did to them and how they want to break away from being confused. So I want you to give us an idea of what is actually going on. But for now, you are going to talk about Trump and the tariff. When we go around, we come to that topic that I really want to hear from you, because most people here may not know much about it. Go ahead.
All right, Dr. Damaji. So we were made to believe that America is a land of the free and home of the brave. So why would an American, as one of the panelists suggested, will be forced to buy locally made when he can get a cheap one from China? Let's say electric cars that are now being manufactured. Most of them are manufactured in China. So a car in an electric, on average, let me give you an instance. On average, is maybe $30,000 for a car, but with the tariffs, that 30,000 will be 60,000 if you add the tariffs. And who is going to pay the tariffs? Not the Chinese company. It's the person that bought it. It's the customer that is going to pay for the tariff. So if I am free and I have to choose what I buy and what kind of car I want to drive, why would you impose a tax? I mean, a tariff that will prevent me from driving the kind of car I want to drive at a cheaper rate? So if Tesla is if Tesla is $45,000, and then the Chinese electric car, same specification with that of Tesla, is $30,000, and I want to get that of China, then you impose a tariff and then hike the price to $6,000, just so you force me to buy from Tesla. What if I don't want to buy from Tesla and I am being told that I am free? I have freedom to make choice. What freedom? What kind of freedom is that? No, the tariff. Yeah, there's imbalance in the trade. Yes, but you have to admit America is also leveraging the fact that international trade is done in dollars. If you stop using dollars today, I think an average Nigerian will have a better life than an average American. Because the Americans are cashing in on dollars. They will just print the green paper and give it to you as a loan, but they will not collect your money. They will not even collect their own green papers as payment. You have to pay them using something else, like your resources. So if I am free citizen of a country and I want to buy a car from another country at a cheaper rate, maybe even better than the one that is locally manufactured in my country, why will you impose a tariff that will make it impossible for me to buy? Just to encourage the economy, I understand. Are there no other ways of improving the economy? There are. But why will those tariff? What will it, what if it will not cost America anything? America will still remain the most powerful country on earth. America will still remain the most powerful economy in the world, even without those tariffs. even if they allow people to buy from China, even if the tariff is just maybe 20% or 30%, but 100% tariff, that's way too much.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Damages, just
Yeah.
5 seconds.
That's a flaw
Just 5
analogy,
seconds.
but if you will give us time,
Dr. Damages, just 5
No,
seconds.
not the people
right?
that have said something. Let's get to people who
Yeah,
are yet to
just
speak.
5
Okay?
seconds. Just 5 seconds. Let me correct something.
Can I know? Let me get. I'll come to you. Can I know you are very important in this conversation?
Dr. Lameji,
No,
yes,
Kogi,
there's a
Kogi,
flaw
not
in
you.
that logic. Yeah, after Kenan had it up.
All right, stay humble. Someone mentioned Ngozi Konjiwala on the comment section. Ngozi Konjiwala, who is the director of World Trade Organization, issued a warning. That's how the newspapers reported it. She warned Trump that what he's doing will trigger global trade contraction. So go ahead, stay humble.
And she was able to fix Nigeria's economy.
But
I would think
that's the goal. The goal is to scatter the. Go ahead.
The subject of conversation was on Trump's third term bid. Yeah, I was
No,
wondering
we're not. Don't mind that headline.
how the tariff was smuggled in.
That was taken over by time. We're talking about the tariffs and what it meant for the rest of the world. Where you are in Europe, I think you're somewhere in Europe.
Yeah.
Where?
England.
Okay. What was the reaction there?
Well, I wouldn't know. I've not gone to the community, just going to work.
No, the news. What is your prime minister saying? Are they not concerned? Did anything change the value of the pound sterling? What happened?
Well, I don't agree really with people that think that the rationale behind imposing the tariff is to stimulate local production. I think that Trump wants to beat these countries into submission, to do his bidding. I think that's the goal, really. It's more of pursuit of foreign policy than stimulating U.S. economy. Because Trump could always grow the economy without imposing tariffs, right? So there are other ways of growing the economy really without imposing tariffs. So I think I see the tariffs as means of beating them into submission and trying to force its way, have its way across board. There are so many decisions he wants to take, decisions regarding Greenland, issues about Ukraine, China's policies and the rest of them. Remember that China is also interested in Greenland, and Russia are also interested in that, and so many other territories and minerals that the United States want. Those countries are also interested. They want to annex Canada as a 51st state, and the Canadians have refused vehemently. So those tariffs are coming, hard and fast. So yeah, I don't think that the tariffs would grow the economy, to be honest, or that the motive is for the economy of the United States. I think he has something coming. We don't know all Trump has in mind at the moment. For Trump, yeah, it's just like a movie. We are just sitting with our popcorn watching. This is the first time in history that the business of the American government will be conducted in the community. It used to be a secret that we'll read after 70 years, probably after we're all gone. Then they would, just unclassify the document. So, but now we are just watching the whole movie. Everything is playing out. Everything happening in their chambers. They're telling us. So we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Trump is like a movie. So we just keep our fingers crossed and see what spans out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Stay humble. Before Kandu, I want Kene to think about this, Kene and the people on the Trump side.
Okay.
So the issue about production, Kene mentioned that there will be production of this stuff in America. There is a question of 6 million jobs that are currently open in America, and they don't find the workers. Trump has deported about 100,000 people, revoked visas of 500,000 people. Where would they get the workers that will come and produce this? How long will it take the companies to come back here and establish? There are questions you answer when they come back to you, but let's welcome.
All right.
Okay.
Welcome to the show.
My good doctor.
How are you?
How you there?
I there.
You know, before the elections, we told these people that this guy, a failed businessman by any metrics, has nothing for you. He can be a billionaire that has filed bankruptcy, is it 3 or 4 times? Trust me, I can be a billionaire too if I can file bankruptcies like that and do 3,500 people that work for him. Is another, what's the name of your president in Nigeria? Is another, what's that guy's name? What's his name? Tinubu. Is another Tinubu. That's all he is. You see, you can talk about Woodrow Wilson and the American experience back in 18 whatever and 1922 and the recession of 1929. You know, you can go wherever you want to go with this thing. But the reality is, we told these people, this guy has nothing for you. You know, this is what happens when you have old men that are still using 1929 recession as a model of how to move the world ahead. You know, back in the 80s, there were a lot of companies, even steel companies in Pennsylvania, Detroit, that moved out of the U.S. to Mexico. To Mexico, China, because it's economic of scale. It's called economic of scale. They used to produce T-shirts in America. Lots of companies producing T-shirts. But it didn't make any sense anymore. Why will you be paying somebody $12 an hour to be making T-shirts in 1980 when you can pay somebody in China $1.22? It doesn't make sense. We do manufacture things in America. We do. But they're the high-end things. America has moved from a manufacturing hub to a service hub. We do it very well, better than anyone else in the world. So that's where we are. These people, just like the Tinubu people, they have nothing for you. Absolutely nothing. And I know everybody cannot be in the financial sector, but I wrote a paper last week that the market was going to crash to within 1 point of what it did. And as people were losing money in their retirement account, I was making money. So you can actually make money when the market goes down, just like you make money when the market goes up if you know what to do. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too late now to try and do anything because based on my numbers, the markets are actually going to start going up come next week. So the bottom line is there is no, just like you said, these jobs cannot be brought back. There are, just like Dr. Damage said, there are 6 million jobs that have not been filled, not for the last 5 years, for the last 20 years, because Americans are not interested in those jobs. That's just what it is. So this is not 1972. This is not 1929. This is the economy that we have. This guy is like a toddler. This Trump guy, you know, it's like you take his feeding bottle and he wants to fight everybody. That's what this is what he has always done. This issue about other countries not paying their fair share is not a new thing. If you know Trump from 1985, you will know he has been promulgating this thing since then. So this is not new. He has just been able to find a bunch of knuckleheads that have surrounded him, and they think they're going to take this thing to any place good. The good thing is, God willing, we'll survive the next 3 years and however many months, and the adults that will still be in the room will come and correct this calamity. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kandu. Are we I'll ask Femi to hold off. Let me hear from Kene. Kene, and I'll give you guys two minutes to answer the question I raised. And also, I wanted to mention that on Thursday in class, I asked students who would want to go and work in an iPhone factory where they will pay you $50 an hour, because to get them to go and work in an iPhone company where they will sit down and be putting it all together. And nobody wanted to do that. Nobody raised their hands that they would like to do that. But that's what they are hoping to achieve by forcing companies to come to America and find people that will go and do that for them. But someone gave an answer that was, I don't remember who that was. It was interesting, that they will get the machines to do it. They will get the robots, machines that will do it, not the people. All right. Kene, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yes, the fact is, under Biden, there were 7.6 million job openings, not actually 6 million, 7.6 million under Biden. As of February 2025, soon Trump assumed office. Between that February to April 1st, this job opening has been down by 8,700 openings. So let's get that fact straightened out. 8,777, I think, thereabouts. Now,
hold on. I don't know. Hold on.
Right?
Can I hold on? I don't know your
is
figures, where you go your figures, but can you tell us why? Can you tell us how that happened? What happened?
No. The source of my claim is from the U.S. Bureau of Job Statistics. So it's the labor statistics.
Why did that happen? Why did people go back to work and pick up all those jobs?
Yes, because the country is being propelled to the right direction. The economy is coming back.
Okay.
People are beginning to realize that the only thing that put food on your table is a job or services that you offer. Miracles, 100 days fasting would not do that, right? And if I should answer your question, this is how I will, if I were Trump, this is what I would do. I will encourage the state governors to now, sit up. There are job openings in the country. You don't want to take up the job because you're a big man, because your level is gone beyond that job. That is fine. But here you are taking what they call unemployment benefit from the state government, right? So the state government should help them secure those jobs. You don't have a job? You want us to continue to give you unemployment benefit? Hell no. Here is job. Go and do one. Help yourself. You have a job. There are job openings. So let us not begin to encourage abnormality in this country because of our affiliation to a certain political party. You have a country where there are no jobs at all. There are no jobs openings at all. Even if there is one, you must know somebody that knows somebody that will fix you up, right? But you have a country that has job openings, just as some people are just lazy, they don't want to work, and you are encouraging that. Go and work, right? So if I were the state government, if you come for unemployment benefit, I would direct you where those jobs are. I will help you. Hey, here's it. Go get yourself busy. Stop jumping from one social media to another, making noise, talking down on your country.
All right.
So we shouldn't be encouraging this kind of thing.
Can I thank you? Let's see. Femi, I'm coming to you. But let's give Ovie 2 minutes. Ovie.
I think, Dr. Damage, if you remember, we had this conversation that when those two women, they were talking about the power of men and women. I said, in the nearest future, the idea we're not going to follow women or they drag job. We are going to be dragging job with other entities at all, maybe robot and all that. I think we have this conversation. People who see they use yesterday rules and regulation, they analyze what is going on. Now then they make on this confusion. Nobody cares whether you are going to lose your job or not. America is moving to the next level in order for them to be in position to attack the next threat, which is China. It is not about Trump. Just what they call the American planner. This policy we are seeing is years in the making. When it has nothing to do with Trump. People should pay attention, please. They are moving to the next stage. You will lose your job. You lose your job. That's not what they are talking about here. Again, when Chinese were busy raising millions of their middle class, everybody thinks that they are genius tree. But the opposite it is first that it is the agreement that the 10% who run the America and the stock exchange are. It is deliberate. They say, oh, cost of production. Which is they don't know. When Trump was talking about tariffs, people think that just conspiracy theories or coincidences. We are talking about America here. They don't they don't base their policy on somebody that will come 4 years or 5 or 8 years. They are not stupid. They are going to be 250 years as we speak. So when it's time to move, it doesn't matter who caught in the mix. The world is changing. They are changing. And I didn't set the rules that the free trade, everything that make the whole world flourish, including them. Now them set them. They are saying it is time for us to move to the next stage because of the trade that is coming. So now the idea of the job will come by say, they say, oh, you are forcing Americans to make a choice what to buy. That's not the point. Now they see it like that. You have a choice. America is the biggest market in the world. As a businessman, you know what that means. Right? How do you assess it? You either bring your business come here or you pay them at your own cost. Nobody cares about you. And as we speak, business are coming in already. You live in New York, upstate New York. How was it in the 60s, and 70s, and the 80s? Talking about the Detroit and the Michigan. How was it? Everybody saw they talk, they deport this. Where is that happening? The people who are deporting are criminals. I live on the street. I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that to make a point. When I say I left Florida, I know what I'm talking about. So people should pay attention to it. Forget all this Trump. It is never about Trump. I said it before and I'll keep saying it. This is real. You go lose your job, but who give a hook? There's new technology in town. And for you to actually understand the effect of that technology, you need to go and study what cottaging is. When cottaging was discovered to enhance the production of cotton, who was the receiving side? Us. The ship was don't work. So nobody cares about whether you will lose your job or not. There's AI that is coming. There's biomeditation. The future is here. Y'all are still analyzing it based on yesterday's law. The law that the Trump administration have flushed away from the toilet. It is real. Say, no. Nobody cares if you lose your job. You are going to lose your job. Because another person don't do where they will do the job as you. It better make you go study traditional medicine now than to say you want to go study the read because the competition is here. So please let's be focused and start throwing insult. He is stupid. He's an idiot. Who cares?
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Femi, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Damages. A couple of months ago, I delved into automation and AI, stroke machine learning, if you will. Now, I say this to say that yes, it is right in front of us that as much as human skills would still be relevant, maybe in a different way, but things are truly changing right before our eyes. Now, that said, human force is still very relevant when it comes to the work flow process. But something I find quite interesting, and to Ovie's credit, for example, I would agree that the nature of the workplace vis-a-vis labor and when it comes to manufacturing is changing. However, the way I like to look at it is through the eyes of someone like Jeffrey Sachs, who a number of us might know from here. And he bases his premise on what a lot of people are aware of, the fact that part of what we see at play today did not just start today, especially when you look at it from the point of view of what happened before and after, between the 1800s and 1900s, when England was at the top of its game. And at the time, the pound was the strongest in the world, all the way to leading to what happened, the First World War, when Britain had to spend a lot of its pounds on armament and the war and the decline that happened afterwards. And if America, for example, has learned any lessons, knowing that empires rise and fall. Part of what has happened has been how the so-called Bretton Woods, what's it called, organizations like the World Bank came into, the World Trade Organization came into place, and the agreements to make the dollar like the basic legal tender of the world. The fact remains that China is not just rising; it's here. It's here now, and remains a major threat to America. To me, I have a feeling and I've had that feeling for the longest that what Trump is doing today, as not only has it been in the works for a while, but it's only being expedited, and he's only using it as a kind of like a shield. Because take a look at this: a lot of the billionaires that surround him, a lot of the a lot, even himself, they have companies and what's it called, holdings in China, for example, and some other parts of the world that is putting tariffs on. The way I look at it as well is the fact that, after all, prior to was in the NAFTA that Bill Clinton signed into existence, America had still had a hold on a lot of manufacturing jobs. But because a lot of the billionaires, again, because keep in mind, capitalism is a major problem in itself, in and of itself. A lot of these billionaires want to make more money. So how best to make more money if not shipping the jobs to where you have lower labor costs, among other reasons? And then there's fewer regulations, because quite a number of people have mentioned regulations. If there's one thing Americans, billionaires and businesses do not like, it is regulations. So why not ship it to places where you have fewer regulations? And this idea of tariffs, again, I am not an economist, but I like to listen to the likes of Jeffrey Sachs a lot, because I mean, these are world-renowned guys that know what they're talking about, whether one likes it or not. He likes to think of the fact that you thinking that you're going to bring back manufacturing, it's not going to happen, because the British, if anybody that has a chance, go look at what happened to Britain. Once these jobs leave, it's difficult to bring them back, except you're going to replicate the same things that exist in those places that they exist in. And the idea of thinking that tariffs will not affect Americans, well, we're going to find out very soon. It's not going to take long before we find out. I'll keep it that way for now.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Damages, can I say
Just
something?
one question,
I want you to do it.
Just one statement, please.
Dr. Damages, in terms of the number of jobs that has come down, you can just Google the unemployment numbers. We have never had jobs created more than 400,000 at a given time. So there's no way anybody, Jesus himself, will not bring back 7 point something or 6 point something million jobs. It is not humanly possible. You can Google it.
Yeah, thank you, Kando. It didn't
Yeah,
make
that's
sense.
one statement.
Dr. Meji, this
Yeah,
caveat. Dr. Dameji.
Hold on, who's
Why?
speaking? Can no, hold on.
Hello,
Yeah,
No,
let me.
now, Ovie.
Can I
Okay,
just
hold
make
on.
one statement, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Femi talk about Jeffrey Sachs. Yeah, and he reminded me of Yuval Noah Harari, who talks about the useless generation.
Thank you.
The upcoming useless generation. Like the AI is coming to take over everything that is cognitively possible. So whatever skills that you have, you cannot outsmart the AI. Therefore, what should the government do about it? What he was recommending is that maybe universal basic income, and then have people on drugs and playing games all the time, because everything AI will be doing. So you cannot compete with the AI. And then, as the other member suggested, yes, if you don't want to take a job of $50 to assemble an iPhone in the US, and somebody is willing to take $3 or $2 or $2.5 to do the same job in China, why not take it to China and make more money and bring it back to the United States and sell it at a high rate? Yeah, as he said, Femi is right. Capitalism is a problem of itself. And the oligarch would like to say capitalism is the best, but to them it's more like socialism. To them is a socialism. They want socialism for themselves, but they don't want it for the whole country. They want the capitalism for the country, but for them, it's socialism. And then they find a way of evading taxes, not paying their fair share. The
All right.
10 years that we are about to witness, the next coming 10 years, will actually be very, very difficult.
All right. Thank you so much. We hear from forefathers and we change the topic. And
Dr. Dameji, may I just remind forefather this thing. Now, I think the another thing that is not on the news about this movie manufacturing back is that Nigeria will understand this. When you are fighting a war, what will sustain you or lead you to victory? Now your manufacturing capacity. How do you replenish what you are losing in the war front? Personnel, food, weapon, and all that. It would be insane that today, if America face China and they will not be depending on them to manufacture it within fight war, it's crazy. So when they say they want go, China is the goal, and they want to bring manufacturing back, that's what is the target. It's nothing to do by me and you get job on that factory or not. But can we manufacture what we sustain, or if we are going to stay in war 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 years? That is the secret that the Russians are enjoying. They are manufacturing, ability to manufacture their thing. Why they are in war for this what matters. So that's another aspect of it.
That's all. I hate to interrupt, but let me just say one thing I forgot to add, which you've reminded us of. Also keep in mind that America has lost its touch when it comes to STEM, and especially when it comes to like what you call what you regard as in Nigeria as all these technical skills. We don't have them anymore, and so you have a lot more of them in the likes of Vietnam and China. You don't have that workforce for those kind of manufacturing again here.
All right, thank you. Forefathers, you have the final
The future warfare is autonomous. Future warfare is autonomous. Autonomous bullets, autonomous, everything is autonomous.
Even that as
you
well.
cannot revise
Even
them.
that America is behind on AI.
Yeah, no. So those that you cannot revise manufacturing, they are missing the point. Everything is autonomous.
Obia, let me explain something to you. Even AI requires people. It doesn't make itself. AI requires people.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, guys. We have to move.
I agree with you.
We have like 20 minutes to touch on a very important topic. Forefathers, go ahead.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Damages. Greetings to the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. America, regarding, I think somebody said something about, trading is good to trade with China because they get cheap labor there. It's very interesting. While it was being said, I thought about it like, but why did they choose China? Nobody asked that question. Because there was South America, there was Africa, there were so many places that they could have done this, investment in. They did it because they wanted to pull China away from the Soviet Union, just like Trump is trying to pull Russia away from China at the moment. Everything about what they do is based on strategy. We've never really had a globalized world. It's always been a game of power. And the only reason why they are hating China now is because China has gotten the rewards from all the investment that they put there. And suddenly China is a bad guy. China didn't attack them. China didn't do anything against them. They just don't like any other person coming along and being well off just as much as they are. And that is their whole enmity with Russia too. If you analyze it, you just know that the world has never truly been globalized. They never joined the ICC. Most of the things, anything that they think will change their hand, they will not join it. It's always been about power. And the problem now is that they play the game where they pulled China against Soviet Union. They succeeded. The Soviet Union fell. But now, China is getting too big for its boots, so they don't like that one too. They want to pull that one down too. And if they succeed in pulling Russia away from China, that is going to be a problem for China. If they pull Russia away from China, China will have a bit of a problem on its hands, because you're going to have Russia on the other side. You're going to have India playing fiddle left and right on the other side. And they will do exactly what they do with the Soviet Union against China too. basically isolate China, try to isolate China as much as possible until they exhaust it out, and one way or another, the regime they say falls, and then they go out, they play the same game all over again. The point is that America right now is a very dangerous nation. From what I've said it before, that nation, they need war counseling, because they won the First and Second World War. They used nuclear weapons. Everything points to the fact that they've been rewarded by violence and play for power. Why would they share the world now? The only reason why you're having problems is because they don't want to share the world with anybody. The only reason they hate Russia is because they don't want to share the world. Russia is not that strange from Europe. It's a European country. Why is it that they are fine with Saudi Arabia, but they are not fine with Russia? People don't ask. I wish you would ask some of these questions a bit more, so that you can actually know what is going on. It's always about power with them, and they don't know how to share. And to be fair to them, I don't know any superpower that knows how to share power. Yeah, I don't know. You have to, one way or the other, take that power away from them. Just like they took it from Great Britain. Who is going to take it from America? And right now, they are not in any mood to give it away. And if they don't have any big war, America is going to have problem at home. There could be a civil war in the US if they don't have a big war they are fighting overseas. And that makes America very dangerous right now, because they can start a war with Iran. They can find another country somewhere to just start a massive war. Because when that war is going on, nobody's going to start a civil war in America. But without that war, they will have to confront the demographic change that is going on, the divide that is going on in America, and you'll be surprised what could happen in that country. They are using the language of civil war in America. So that is the nature of the world that I see. And what I always say to Americans is that, this will be the first time in history you're having such a massive demographic change. This is the first time in history where, as a superpower, you might lose your power and you have the power to destroy the whole world at the same time. How do you do that? How do you down your tools that you are the superpower on the world? You can destroy the world over and over again, but yet you have to share power with people. How does that even happen? That is the challenge we face with America right now. Why would America give it up? Their forefathers fought and bled for this power that they have. Same with Russia, to be fair. Russia lost 28 million in that war. They won these wars. Why should they share power with anybody? That's the quandary that we are facing. And Americans are not having this conversation. That is why the world is not moving forward. Because we can kill each other. We can destroy each other. And every day we are creating more and more dangerous weapons. And nobody's asking, when is this going to end? AI now can manufacture so many pathogens, that's poisons, to kill human beings. They said before an AI can do it, it took a very, very long time to synthesize dangerous chemical weapons, but overnight an AI can generate millions of it. Can you imagine that? That's the type of world we live in, to the point where the American government pulled that thing from the internet and now they've classified it. That is the danger we are facing. We are in a world where we can destroy each other over and over again, and nobody wants to share power. That's what we have to contend with.
All right, thank you so much.
Dr. Dameji, I asked for a special day every week for me and Natasha to come and be talking about this. He don't know anything, but on this one, he read what exactly is about to happen. America will not go there without the fight. Give us one day, every day. Me, I got to talk about what is the changing world. I think he has that on wrap. I'll give it to him.
All right, we will talk.
So
and then, Doctor, what forefather is saying, that is what Trump want to use the war-like thing to go for third term. But I don't even know whether his head can even carry it, because he's going to finish this term, become 82. I don't know who want to vote for somebody at 82 to be 86. I don't know.
Okay, when we come back, I want us to listen to this video. I'm happy that Polo is still here. When we come back, we're going to talk about this, and I'll get his reaction.
Fulani are two completely different people. We have different we're not the same. Even genetically, Hausas are more closer related to Igbos than they are to Fulani. Fulani is literally like Hausa and Fulani. We need to have a public divorce, because you see the shit that's going on. Fulani is every problem that everyone has in northern Nigeria with the north. It's with Fulani. But there is small group who infiltrated the Hausas. I am Hausa, he's Fulani. We are complete. We don't speak the same language. We the only thing we have in common is Islam. These people originally, Fulanis originally, Nigerian Fulanis originally, you look at them, they're not even from Nigeria, right? Okay, let's give it, they've come to Nigeria, they're now Nigerian, fuck it. They live in the north, fuck. We're not the same people. Hausa Fulani is the same thing as saying Ibo Ibibio or Yoruba Irobo. We are literally not the same. And Hausas, unless we come out and start disowning these people, everyone in Nigeria is going to hate us. Because anyone that's watching, do you know what's going on? So Fulani herdsmen, they're a group of people in Nigeria. His people, Fulanis, they're herdsmen. They're lawless in Nigeria. They have guns. They're the only people in Nigeria who are allowed to carry guns. They have guns. They walk around all of Nigeria. They'll go to anywhere. They'll go into anyone's farm and they'll let loose their sheep on their cows on the farms, right? If the owners of the farm try to fight back, and the government does nothing because the Fulanis are a very powerful, tiny minority in Nigeria. But they hide under now I'm Hausa, we're a majority in Nigeria. The Fulanis now see themselves they hide as a subgroup under Hausas. So they now use they fooled Hausas into thinking that we are not one. This dude, you need to stop this fucking shit you're doing. This is bullshit. We are collateral damage. Hausas are just there needs to be publicly, Hausas need to start coming out publicly and disowning Fulanis. We have nothing to do with these people. This is outrageous. We have lived in peace with every tribe in Nigeria for as long as that land has existed. The moment the Fulanis came in, every issue everyone has in Nigeria is with Fulani. But Hausas, for some reason, we keep going down as collateral damage just because we are attached to these people. This is outrageous, man. This is fucking insane. Like, his argument now is saying that, like, the Fulanis, right? Right now in Nigeria, they went to a state, a group of them, and they've killed almost 20 people on a farm because the people fought back. They did not want their crops eaten. That's a problem in Nigeria right now. This man's argument is, okay, so my people came into your town and killed your people, but what reputation do your people have globally? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What the fuck does that have to do with anyone knows this? Yeah, these are the type of people we need to be beating.
All right.
What?
Okay. So I played this video. I came across it. I'm not sure when it was made and who he is, but I'm happy that we have someone who can speak to us, let us understand what's going on in the northern part of the country. Paulo, welcome.
Well, yeah, thank you, Dr. Ramajis. I actually agree to some extent with what the guy says. Genetically, Fulanis are more closer to the Igbos than the Hausas, and even the language tree. If you look at it, Fulanis and Hausas are not the same. The uniting factor is Islam, but if you look at how empires were built in the world, you can find a lot of injustices that has happened, and then it's very difficult to reverse it. For example, before the Usman Dan Fodio jihad, the Fulanis coming to Nigeria, going into Hausa land, were paying something called jangali. Jangali is like a tax, so they impose a high tax. So the Fulanis are angry that the houses are collecting a lot of tax from them when they go to the market to sell their cows. So Usman Dan Fodio, being an Islamic cleric, he capitalized on their anger and amplified it, and then he used it against the houses.
And then obviously houses have their own pagan religion and mixing it with some Islamic concepts, not actually Islam. So he uses Islam as an excuse and then harness the anger of the Fulanis to launch a jihad against the Hausa kingdoms. But as at that time, the Hausa kingdom is not united. So if the Fulanis under Osman Danfodio attacked Zamfara, the Kano kingdom will be laughing like, look at these people, they have been attacked by Osman Danfodio, the tiny minority Fulanis. They didn't unite to come together to fight the Fulanis. So the Fulanis keep on taking down the Hausa kingdom one after the other because the Hausas are not united. And at every point, when they have come out victorious, they install a Fulani as a leader, not a Hausa person. But majority of the people there are the Hausas. Just like after the death of Prophet Muhammad, the Arabs were the minorities in the whole Islamic empire. The Muslim are the very, very, very minorities. But the empire is not called the Arab Empire, it's called the Muslim Empire. I just don't know where that name comes from. And then the concept Hausa Fulani, I think, is a political ploy used to justify that all northern Nigeria is about Hausa and the Fulanis, and they are the majority. And if they decide to call the shot on who becomes what in Nigeria, they have that ability. But something curious here is like the Fulanis are not up to 7% population of Nigeria. If you look at it, how did they manage to infiltrate all government parastatal and even become president of that country for several times, like Muhammadu Buhari twice and Shehu Usman Ali Shagari and the like of them? They become president and they are just 6%. How did it manage to fool all the other states and the other people in the country? I don't think this is a coincidence. I think this politics has to do with, they cannot do it alone, obviously. It's not like just saying, like, the Fulanis are the new Jews in Nigeria. They are minorities, but as the conspiracy theories will have it, like the Jews control the world. So the Fulanis control Nigeria despite being less than 6%, I mean less than 7% population of the country. And out of those 7%, even if it is 7%, more than half of them are in the villages. Those that are educated and are settled are less than maybe 3 or 2.5%, 2.5% that are settled and are educated. So most of them are in the villages. And then talking about their citizenship, yes. If you believe in the theory of evolution, I don't think you think the Yorubas evolved in Yoruba land, Igbos evolved in Igbo land. Every tribe must have come from somewhere else. The only difference is that the Igbos come to the part now called Nigeria maybe 400 years before the Fulanis came. So they may claim that this is our land, it is not your land. And again, I believe none of the panelists here make a conscious decision to choose which tribe he will be born into. We all happen to find ourselves where we are. For example, I am Fulani. I have no choice in becoming a Fulani. I don't have a choice in choosing who my parents should be, where I will be born, and which language and which religion my parent will be practicing. I don't have that choice. If I happen to be a Fulani, I am a Fulani, not by choice, but I just happen to be a Fulani person. And I don't know what's wrong with that. But the foundation is just like, okay, so since this is how the world works, you just happen to be the Fulani. And I keep on arguing quite a lot with the Hausa people, some Hausa guys from Niger and Chad, even creating groups that they will be fighting the Fulanis, that the intermarriages that has been happening is abomination between Hausas and the Fulanis. Like if you are Hausa and you're married to a Fulani woman, or you are a Fulani, I mean a Hausa man married to a Fulani woman, or a Fulani man married to a Hausa man, it's over this generation, it's very difficult to tell who is actually Hausa and who is actually Fulani. There are some people that once you see them, you know, they look exactly like the Fulanis, but they don't speak a word of Fulfulde. And and if you ask them, they identify as Hausas. Some will identify as Fulani, but once you start speaking Fulfulde to them, they will be like, what? What language is that? I never heard of it. And even the kingdoms, that the so-called Usman Damforia kingdoms, if you really go to those kingdoms, the language that is spoken in the palace is not Fulfulde, it's Hausa language. Even though it says the genealogy, if you follow it, there are Fulanis. I'll take Kwara for example. There are Fulanis that were ruling Kwara. I mean, before the coming of the West and everything. But those Fulanis nowadays, they sell their Quran, no, but they speak Yoruba, not Fulfulde, and they don't understand Fulfulde. They happen to find themselves there. So if you organize a group and you want to fight the Fulanis and want to send them back to where they come from, I happen to be a Fulani, born by the Fulani parent. I know nowhere other than Nigeria where I am born, and I'm proud to be a Nigerian. Where will I go? If everybody is being told, go and look for your genealogy, go back to where you come from. If you check the Hausa history, they claim to come from Ethiopia. Can we say, oh, Hausas, go back to Ethiopia? And if you go to the Ethiopia, you tell the Ethiopians that, oh, our genealogy, we trace it, that we are actually from here. So leave this land for us. Find your genealogy and go back to wherever you come from. How do you begin to do that in the modern world? The only thing I think we can do is find a way for addressing the underlying problem, not by disassociating, but by associating, mediating, and then I don't think any of the panelists here agree that I can carry another person cross just because my great 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 grandfather wronged your great 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 grandfather. Then you feel like you have the right to come and attack me or kill me. Does that make sense? Why will I carry another person's cross? I'm not the one that offend you. I didn't offend you. It's our great great grandparents that offend. Okay, the English. If you look at the English Empire, even the American Empire, look at it. Look at what they are doing around the world and the power they exert on other countries. It's not always fair if you look at it historically, and the way the world works from the Genghis Khan to the I mean, the Roman Empire to the Ottoman Empire. I mean, to the Umayyad, to the Fatimid, to all the empires that come and go are just like that. But you can find people there. Actually, you will be quite surprised. Just like this guy saying, Hausas and Fulanis have nothing in common. Yes, they have nothing in common. Like an Egyptian will go to Morocco. They are all considered Arab, and he will be speaking Arabic, but the Moroccan will be just be looking at him. He will understand a little bit of what the Egyptian is saying because they don't have their own music industry, so they listen to Egyptian music. That is why they understand certain words from the Egyptians. So, but the Egyptian don't listen to the Moroccan music, so they don't understand anything from what the Moroccans are saying. But they are all called Arabs. If you move from one Arab country to another Arab country, you find it's very different. So I'm here in Nigeria. Let's say I'm here in Yola. I am a language service provider. I never knew this until I entered that industry. That Fulfulde is actually very wide across West Africa. The kind of Fulfulde we speak here in Adamawa State is quite different from the Fulfulde spoken in Senegal. I can hardly hear a word from a person speaking Fulfulde from Senegal or Guinea. I don't know where the influence, I mean, I don't know how the changes happen, the transition, where the break keep on coming across the West Africa. And then how the Fulanis manage as minority in all the countries that they are minorities, but they still hold significant political power. Intellectually, you cannot just say they are illiterate, though, as I said, the 7% population of the Fulanis in Nigeria, more than 5% of them, maybe about 5%, or maybe more than 5% of them are in the bushes, are in the villages, they are not educated. The only people that are educated is 2 point something percent that are educated, but they still hold very, very big political offices and hold very big political influence in the country. I don't know how they do that. I don't know how they manage to do that. If you go to Chad, it's like that. If you go to Niger, it's like that. If you go to Senegal, it's like that. If you go to Guinea, it's like that. They are not the majority in even the Futa Jalon and Futa Toro, where the Fulanis are supposed to have originated from, between Mali and Senegal. In Mali too, they are not the majority, but they still hold significant political power. I don't know how that happened, but if you look at the history of the world, that is how things happen. Then the solution is not taking arms and then saying that your four great great grandfathers, like Nigerian will say, okay, all the white men, we are taking arms to go and fight the white men in the in the UK because they treated our forefathers badly as slaves. Can we do that? Even if they are here, we are living side by side with them. Okay, take the example of South Africa. Despite all what the white men did to the black men in South Africa, the black men did not take arms to say, okay, your four great 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 grandfathers enslaved our great great grandfathers and killed them. Therefore, we are the majority now. We want the power, all the power. We're not giving you anything from the power. And then we will kill you just to take revenge for what you have done to our great 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 grandfathers. That's not logical, I think. I might be wrong, but I don't think that's logical. And if you look at all the other kingdoms, all the other empires, it's Genghis Khan. I keep calling it Genghis Khan. Look at the empire he has conquered. Look at the land, the Roman Empire. Look at what they have done. Is anybody talking about going to fight the Italians? Is anybody talking about fighting the French? Is anybody talking about oh, the French have enslaved a lot of Africans, so therefore the Africans are taking arms and killing the white men, or the black men in the white men countries taking arms and killing the white men because they were brought to the white land without their without their consent. Like I said, all the panelists here, none of us make a conscious decision to decide who our parents should be, where we should be born, what religion we should be brought up under. We just find ourselves where we are, and it is not our choice. We don't get to choose who our parents are. We don't get to choose where we will be born. We don't get to choose the religion that our parents profess. And then that's the religion that we will be indoctrinated to follow, unless you decide when you become an adult to study other religions and then say, wait a minute, I don't believe in this, I don't believe in that. Probably you end up being an atheist.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation, really. And I'm happy you talked about people choosing where to, no, not choosing where to be born and what to become. But I want to start from, I'll give other people a chance to ask you questions, and maybe that will help us to get into a deeper conversation.
He asked some questions that I have answered to.
Right, Jesus. Okay, I want to get.
No, for real now. Why Hausa is the majority language?
Yeah, please. Let's have order. Why are you like this? Can't you just wait? Oh. All right. So let me start by saying just something small that is not really very deep. You made the decision to come here and be part of this conversation. Why is it that we don't get people from you are part of the country come into conversations like this? Or are there places where you go and have conversations like this that other people from other parts of the country are not?
Oh, actually, no. This is my third time joining the conversation on your show. The first time, I became the center of the attention again. Like everybody was just hammering me with questions from left and right, everywhere, up and down. And then the second time as well, and this is the third time, again, I will know I will be attacked for just being what I don't choose to be. I just happen to be. I didn't make a conscious decision to become a Fulani. I just find myself to be a Fulani. I cannot justify what Usman Danfodio did as right or wrong. So let's say as I'm saying, the British, okay, they enslaved the Africans, but it's their great grandfathers that did that. But the white men are still enjoying the privilege of what their great fathers have done. So what do you do about that? Maybe that is what some of you have in your mind. That okay, the great grandfathers of the Fulanis did this and that, and then the Fulanis are still enjoying that privileges. Not every other tribe enjoy that privilege. Let me give you one overall view. One just last statement. If you can categorize, let's say we can categorize the North into three. The Fulanis in one side, which are less than 7%. Okay, if it is in the north, let's say about 10% or 15, or maybe 12%. Then the Hausas will be like 30 or 40%. Not even 30 or 40%. They may be like 25 or 29% of the population. All the others are other minority tribes, but they were forced to speak Hausa. Who forced them to speak Hausa? Is it the Fulanis that forced them to speak Hausa? Why is Hausa the language of business in the north, not Fulfulde? If the Fulanis actually enforce themselves on the Hausas, how does that happen? If you go to any house, any state in the north, you can confidently talk to people in Hausa language and they can respond. But apart from Yola and some part of Gombe, maybe Bauchi too as well, you cannot confidently confront a person and speak Fulfulde to him and expect him to answer you in Fulfulde. But you can confidently talk to him in Hausa and then get your response in Hausa. So Hausa became the language of business in the north. If you don't understand Hausa, you're not going to get any business done. Just like English, if you don't understand English, you're not going to participate in the national discussion like the platform that we are having now. I told you I've been joining some live events on TikTok where houses gathered and then plan on how to attack and kill all the Fulanis and expunge them from Nigeria and send them back to where they came from. So I was wondering, as a Fulani guy who happened to be born here without my consent, where will I go? And then if somebody is coming to attack me, what justification will that person use to attack me because I'm a Fulani person? Is that my only crime? Is it just by, as Hitler says, the Jews are the problem of the world, therefore let's incinerate 6 million of them and leave some of them so that the world will know why the Jews are the problem of the world? Does that make sense? I don't think so.
All right, thank you so much. Let me give people a chance to weigh in. Let me start with you, Okija. I will start with people who are yet to say anything on today. Okija, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. What's it? It's tiny. I can't see your name. Welcome on.
For real.
Sorry.
Polo for real.
For real.
Okay.
So, yes,
All
let
right.
me dissect this, please. This is also another misnomer. If you hear Fulani, you will think that it is either a language or the people that speak the language, because it's often, that is what I also get to learn when I get into the language service industry. Because they'll just say, we need a Fulani translator or Fulani interpreter. Fulani interpreter. Not knowing that Fulani is just a name of a person, not the name of a language. But they confuse it. The actual name is Fullo, a single Fulani person. Like myself, I'll call myself Fullo. If we are many, we are Fulbe, not Fulani. Fulani is a term used by the Hausas to describe the people that speak Fulfulde language. The name of the language is Fulfulde, not Fulani. The name of the people that speak the language is not Fulani, it's Fulbe. If you are referring to one person, is Fullo, not Fulani, Fulfulde, or Flatancy. Sometimes they use Flatancy. The smart ones that actually knows the difference, they say Fulani and then Flatancy. Fulani means the people, Flatancy means the language. But in general, nobody knows these differences. They just put everybody under the same umbrella. And the Fulanis too, as I told you, I can hardly hear a word that a Fulani man from Senegal or Mali or Guinea will say.
All right.
I
So
find
let's
it
see.
difficult to interpret. If I am asked to interpret the person from Guinea or Mauritius, but they are all over the world. I just don't know how that happened.
Okay, let's see if we can get everybody to at least have a chance to talk to who is now our guest for today.
Okay.
But Kija, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I learned some things from what you said. But I mean, I want to understand because I found out that the anger of most Nigerians, and including it's also my anger, is that why this I mean this devastation has been going on in Nigeria for a couple of years now. That you have marauding, Fulani people or Fulani people that some of them, like for most of them, I don't know. Actually, I don't have statistics, so let me not say. But we know that some of them are foreign Fulanis. People who are not ethnic. I mean Nigerians. Why do we have all this devastation there? Like in Kaduna, some other state in Niger, Benue, and some other Middle Belt states. And when there's an issue between herdsmen and the communities, and people speak up and say things, you see Mieti Allah, organization like that. Why is it that you don't see Fulani, people in Nigeria, the elites, come out and like come against, like this is wrong, this thing you guys are doing, I mean, Benue State, people are living in ID camp. They are not, they were. It's not like Benue people fighting with, one ethnic group in Benue fighting with one other ethnic group. Just the marauding Fulani, they came to town and dispossessed people of their land. And from all the conversation I don't see any Fulani elite in Nigeria, like somebody like El Rufai or Atiku Abubakar. They say this is wrong. This should not be happening. Let us find a solution. Even El Rufai went and negotiated with some, I believe, or something like that. And also, I think the governor of Niger State, I think he's been doing the same thing, negotiating. Like, why can't we just deal with this issue? Or people, you ethnic, you are Nigerian. You are Nigerian. No one can deny that you are Nigerian. People like work within yourself to find, fish out all these people that are doing these things.
All right, thank you, Okija.
Okay, yes, you're right to some extent. I thought, as I said, there are less than 2%, about 2% population of the elite Fulanis that are in town. You don't see them holding a goat, herding cows. You don't see their children herding cows. They don't get into trouble. But for political reasons, they know if they disassociate themselves from the Fulanis, they are political animals. What do you expect? What do you expect Donald Trump do with the KKK when the KKK were having their rallies? He said there are some fine people there, and everybody knows what the KKK stands for, right? You can't tell Donald Trump, okay, go and fish out those KKKs that are killing people, or those white young guys that are killing people in synagogue and churches. Fish them out. Say it is wrong. What they are doing is wrong. Fish them out. Punish them. He is white. He is, he is, what do you call it? He's a right-wing politician, and then he supports KKK. Whatever the KKK did, he will find a way of trying to spin it, just like the way Atiku will find a way of spinning it. I don't see a Rufai as a Fulani person. A Rufai is not Fulani. But Atiku Abubakar has a Fulani gene in him. He is not actually Fulani, he's a mixture. He is the kind we call Hausa Fulani. He's a mixture of Hausa and Fulani. I think his dad is Hausa, his mom is Fulani. He was born in Jada, a local government in Adamawa State where I live, where I'm speaking from now. So you see how politics come into play here. The elite are into politics and they don't want to lose their base. So if you have any solution, fine. Let's start with the big ones, the land of the free, the home of the brave. Let Donald Trump condemn KKK and then call them out and then say The gun violence is wrong. We should fish them out, punish them, and then shame them so that they don't repeat it, even though they are citizens. But as you said, most of the people that come to Nigeria to perpetrate that act are not indigenous Nigerians. They are foreigners coming from Chad or Nigeria to perpetrate that act and then run away.
All right. Thank you,
Because we
Kenny.
don't have full control over our borders. The government is somehow to be blamed for that too. We don't have control over our borders. It's very porous, so foreigners can come in and do whatever they want and then leave. I was very shocked to learn that our radar has not been working for over 2 years, which means an enemy can come into Nigerian airspace and drop whatever it can, whatever they can, and then leave without the Nigerian intelligence knowing what's going on. I don't know whether that's deliberate or that's also part of the corruption that's going on in Nigeria.
All right.
So, sorry. I think someone also mentioned in the comment section. This question is not about Donald Trump. It's about Nigeria. We are trying to solve our problem. Donald Trump.
No, I'm trying to draw an analogy here.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Donald Trump solved. He wanted to solve his own problem with tariff. We are talking about Nigeria problem. How do we solve our? Because like last week or so, some people resorted self-help by killing some people that they thought were terrorists. So we are talking, you are here. We are talking, how do we deal with our issue in Nigeria? So please don't tell me about Donald Trump.
See? You still didn't get the point, probably. I'm not justifying anything. I'm just drawing an analogy. I'm saying those elite people are political animals. They can do whatever it takes so they don't lose their base. Just like I said, Donald Trump, you are not, I didn't bring anything about tariff. I just say KKK. If you know the KKK and what the KKK is known for and how Donald Trump praised them and say there are fine people from both sides. So I'm just drawing an analogy here. I'm not justifying what those people are doing. And then again, I'm saying our borders are very porous. So the government is somehow to be blamed for that. If they come in and they perpetrate an act of violence, kill people, and then run away, the border is open. Who will get them and bring them to justice, if not the government? And even if people will come on today and say, what if I am, let's suppose I am Atiku Abubakar, and then I say, I condemn what the Fulani herdsmen are doing to the farmers. Going to the farm with their AK-47, standing and looking at the farmers while the farmers watch the cattle ransack the whole farm that he sweat for over 3 months, probably spend money, time, and energy. I condemn it. How does that change anything? If the border is porous and if people are getting killed and nobody's arresting all those people, we don't know where they come. We know maybe they are from,
Rudolph, we don't
but
have
we
a lot
cannot
of time.
specify where they are coming from. And then the government in power now is Yoruba, not Fulani. So what can Tinubu do about that? If he is also a political animal that doesn't want to lose the base in Fulani, they don't know that the Fulanis are not that much as a group. Only Fulanis, they are not that much. But they have influence. That's the only thing. They have influence, but they are not that much. If they're saying it's about the vote, the Fulani vote cannot make you a president. It cannot even make you a governor in a state. Adamawa is considered a Modibo Adama state. like a Fulani empire. But if you put Fulani in one block and other tribes as one block, those tribes will keep on ruling Adamawa forever. Fulanis will not have a chance if it is by voting because they are very few. The only thing is, as I said, they have influence. They call the shot, and I don't know how that happened.
All right, let's
If you have solution to some of these problems, maybe we can start discussing those problems.
Let me tell you how.
No, nobody should speak unless the person is up here. Please, let's be organized, please. AY, quickly, just go straight to the question so that we can get.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Paulo, Salam. I'm actually, for full disclosure, I'm a Muslim from the southern part of Nigeria. The issue of herdsmen in Nigeria is a big problem to we minority in the south, because a lot of people are actually ignorant of what is going on, even though they see that Fulani herdsmen have actually slaughtered people more in states like Zamfara, Katsina, Benue that are populated by Muslims. So the theory, most people in the South, especially the Christian folks, they have this belief that these Fulani people, they are out to Islamize Nigeria. I have educated some of them. I mean, they will believe what they want to believe, right? But it's a very troubling problem. Me and you know that the Fulani, I need you to listen to this because your last speaker was so ignorant about this topic. Me and you know the Fulani is describing that live in the bush. These people don't care about religion. He's going to attest to that. They don't have business with religion. Rudolph, you are a journalist. I'm sure you have people in the north. I need you to verify this information. Okay, now here is my question to you. Growing up, I know a lot of Fulani. We used to go to the farm. When we see Fulani in the farm, we are happy. They were very friendly. They give you animals, they give you fruit. They were so nice. Even when everywhere is quiet, they were so friendly. What is going on now? What is the mission of this? Are they the same Fulani from Nigeria, or they are Fulani from the West African region? The other thing is, what is their interest in Nigeria? What are they trying to achieve in going to almost every state now? Just go to farm, slaughter people. What is their mission? That is my simple question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think yes. One thing I would re-emphasize is that those Fulanis have no regard to religion whatsoever. They don't even know the Islam at all. But if you call them non-Muslims, they will be angry and they will try to even fight you because they just believe that Usman Ramfodio is a Fulani man and he is great, he is this and that. So if they die, he will be the one to save them. Even if they don't pray, they don't do anything. They don't know anything about Islam. All they care about is their Fulani or Pulaku. If you say this, if you can say there is a war going on between the Muslim and the Christian, the Fulanis will not care. But if you say there is a war going on between Fulanis and other tribes, the Fulanis will join immediately. So not only the Fulanis in Nigeria, the Fulanis from other countries too will come and join. They will have their meeting and then attack that place. But if you say it is Islamic, no. They don't care about religion. They fight for their tribe. They don't fight for the religion. Again, those that are coming, maybe desertification is playing a role because most of the animals are dying in Niger and Chad because of desertification. And if they come here, they don't only kill, as he says, they don't only kill Christians, they kill Muslims as well. They kill Muslim farmers as well. Those Muslims that settle and have their farms, those people will come and ransack their farms. And there is a belief that they have, I was told, that if they didn't do that, their animals will not multiply. They have to do that every year, even if it means they are captured and they have to pay some fine before getting released. They will do it deliberately to ransack somebody's farm. If that person is quiet, they will leave him alive. If he tries to rebel, probably they will kill him and then move to the next farm. But even if it means they will be captured and they will be tried and they have to pay some ransom, they are happy to do so because they were told that their animals will multiply if they do that. Again, most of the animals owned by the local indigenous Nigerians are by those big men, regardless of the tribe, not Fulanis, not Hausas, not anywhere. They just buy it and they give it to Fulanis in the bush to go and look after it. So if you hear them, if you hear that the farmers and the herders are fighting Fulanis and other tribes are fighting, you'll hear that other tribes too do not say anything about it because some of their members, some of them have cows that are in the bush. So if those cows are affected, that means their wealth, they are losing their wealth. It's not only the Fulanis that own cows. Most of them is not their cows that they are herding. Maybe some of you do not know that. Most of the people that you see with AK-47 in the bushes have little or no cows at all. They are herding other people's cows. And those people might not be Fulanis only. There are Fulanis, but the settler Fulanis have their cows within their villages. And if they are going away during dry season, they have their routes. They will go to the riverbank and then stay there until July, August, or June, July, and then come back to their village with their cows. That's what they do. But the foreigners that are pouring in, they don't care where they go to. Wherever the land is green and whoever happens to inhabit that land, they will force that person into submission, or they will instigate a fight, kill, take away their, ransack their land. It's unfortunate. I condemn it. I don't like it. As I said earlier, I didn't make a conscious decision to be a Fulani. I'm not here to defend the Fulani. I'm here to tell you what actually about. I'm not here to defend the Fulani. I'm here to tell you what's actually happening in the north. I don't condone what is happening. Don't condone people killing other people or ransacking their farms. I don't condone that. I condemn it totally. But what can I do? I am a Fulani, not by choice, but by chance.
All right. Thank you so much. Stay humble.
Okay, thank you very much, Pulo. Yeah, I think that was quite informative, and you did review some of the things some of us had known, and then some of the things we were not really clear about. Just very quickly, could you draw a link, nexus between this carnage, these killings and mineral resource exploitation? Do you see any kind of foreign interference? Do you see any kind of intelligence, foreign intelligence?
Yeah, I don't have any evidence for that, but I can say yes. It's people like Bello Turji in Zamfara state. I think he cannot pull off what he is doing without external support. he carved out his own niche within Nigeria as if it is his own country. He even collect taxes from people there. When he was asked, oh, what is he doing with the tax, he said he is using it to bail out his people that are captured by the police and are not fairly tried, or some are tried and imprisoned, and then their fine is 500,000 or 1 million naira. So they collect it from the locals and then bail out their people. I can say maybe, as some may say, like in Zamfara, there is a deposit of gold. Somebody was saying that the former governor of Zamfara have more gold than all Nigerians to some extent, because they capitalize on the conflict, the anger between the Fulanis and the Hausas, and they exploit the differences. Like, see, these Fulanis, this is what they do to your ancestors. See, and then if the Fulanis are fighting and the place is a no-go area, or if you support one side and you provide them with ammunition, they will guard a certain place for you to come and mine whatever minerals that is there. They don't care. All they care about is to have the weapons. You can supply them weapons, food, fine. They can secure the land for you. You come and exploit it. I don't have evidence, but I've had these theories quite often. Not the once, not twice, not thrice. It it's been happening for years. Wherever you find the Fulanis and their houses, especially, that is a new phenomenon. If you from before 2000, before we return to democracy, let's say, you can hardly hear a fight erupting between Fulanis and houses. But of recent, what has changed? Why is there a fight and a war between houses and the Fulani? It's not like the history has suddenly changed. The history has not changed, but what has changed? Is there foreign backing? Is there somebody that is trying to say, okay, if you manage to exploit the anger between the Fulanis and the Hausas, and we manage to divide them, then the North will not have the leverage when it comes to election. The numbers they're saying they have collectively will not, if they are not united, they will not vote. They will can never produce a president. Probably that's why. If you can disintegrate this unity called this this unholy alliance called House of Alliance. Maybe it's holy, maybe it's unholy alliance. I don't know. I'm not judging it. I'm not judging it. But from my perspective, is that if you can divide these people, then we are done with the North, because most of the tribes in the North hate Hausas and Fulanis as well, because it's very difficult to distinguish between Hausas and the Fulanis due to intermarriages. I have a lot of friends that are of mixed origin. Like I told you, Atiku Abubakar, for example, his father is Hausa, his mom is Fulani, but he identifies as a Fulani person. He didn't take his father's tribe, like calling himself a Hausa guy. But coming from Adamawa, he knows as a politician that the Fulanis have influence. So if he say he's Hausa, he can hardly get the attention he needs. So he rather affiliate with the Fulanis and then get the favors from the Fulanis. That is what I think is happening. With the killing, the government still is to be blamed to some extent. Buhari was there. His people in Katsina were killed by those foreigners, same foreigners that are coming to kill the other Nigerians in the south. They are coming to the north to kill people in Sokoto. Those people are Muslims. Sokoto is supposed to be the seat of the caliphate, right? But they're coming to Sokoto, they're going to Katsina and killing people, Muslims like themselves, supposedly Muslims, but they don't give a damn about religion. All they care about is their cows. And maybe they are bloodthirsty tyrant as well. I mean, I don't know why.
All right.
But what is mind-boggling is that they are minority in all those countries where they are across West Africa, but they still wield a very, very big political influence in all those countries. If they are not the president, they are holding some powerful position in the government. And then majority of them are in the bush. The few that are learned, you cannot call them illiterate. They know a lot about the world. They know a lot about power and how to control people and how to spin evil.
All right, thank you so much. We are totally out of time. The second stream was supposed to start 41 minutes ago. So quickly, I want to just get a Polo. First, Polo, you want to? I want to ask a question that I just want to get to something. We had people from the northern part of the country come on the show several times. Some of them complained later on that there was something about the way we discuss these things that is making it difficult for them to be part of this. Because we are learning a lot from you, and I think it would be good if people can participate in these conversations wherever they are happening. It doesn't have to be this platform, but that every part of the country, people from every part of the country will be part of the conversation going on about that country. Is there anything from you that you can, based on your experience here, you said it's the third time you've been here, that is making it difficult for someone like you or to be part of the conversation? Is it the way we discuss things here, or is that, can you give us an insight?
Yes. Today is quite moderate because most of the questions are geared toward understanding what's actually happening and learning about the North and the Fulanis and why they are doing things the way they are doing it. Unlike the first time I came, it's all about Biafra and people saying that whatever evil is happening is just the Fulani. And then I even mock one of them and say, okay, does that mean you are so dumb, all of you in the other state in the country, that only 2% of the people can manipulate you and become your president? Are you that dumb? And then that guy having a flag of Biafra behind him becomes so furious. And the discussion took another turn entirely. So it will make it very difficult for people to understand, to actually engage. If we can engage in conversation like this, you can understand it very well. But if it becomes like an attack, so their defense mechanism will kick in immediately, and you will start feeling like compelled to defend the tribe you didn't make a conscious decision to be born into, and the religion that you did not make a choice to be part of, and the part of country that you did not choose to be in. You just happen to find yourself there, but you feel compelled to defend. And if mockery will work, and any tactics that you know that can rattle your opponent, you can use it. But today is very different. Today is like the questions are to understand, not to attack, not to blame entirely. Last time Buhari was ruling when I joined, and then they were saying all the problem in Nigeria is the Fulanis. Fulani is the president. That is why all the problem is the Fulani. I was like, really? 6% of the population in the country are the problem? Where 5% are in the bush, 2% are the only one that are in the town that are learn it, and then they managed to fool all the 36 states and all the other tribes in Nigeria to become the president. Are you that dumb? Is it, or is that a kind of deflection from your politicians? Like they don't want you to look at them that okay, the subvention have come, but we siphon it. We don't want to be held accountable, so we are pointing fingers to the planners. Look at them; they are the problem, not us. We that collect the money and siphon it and run away from the country, we are not the problem. Look at them; those people that are carrying illiterate people, by the way, that doesn't give a damn about any religion, herding cows and killing people are your problem. I was like, okay, if that's the case, you have senators and you have representatives in your state. Why don't you call them and tell them that the Fulanis are the problem? Okay, bring it to the house, discuss it, and discuss how this Fulani problem can be resolved.
All right, thank you. Let's get over here and maybe one other person, and then we round it up. Hand it over to the next stream. Go ahead, Ovie.
Yeah, Polo asked a rhetorical question that the minority, the Fulani be 7%, and he doesn't understand how they conquer the Hausas. And I think three things you need to understand there is one, ideology, the conquer, and the power of language, which you also touch on. Yes, the Fulanis are 7%, but the ideology that drives them is the dominant ideology. To understand that, you also have to go back to where you started from, that even the Arabic language is not the majority, even back in the where the Islamic, the Abrahamic religion started from. But the ideology, and you also agree with me.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that is, but please, if you're not on, all right,
That is Ovie. Eh? You are doing at the same time talking.
How can it be me?
It's coming from you.
No, it's not Ovie. Go ahead.
It's not me.
Ovie, go
Okay,
ahead.
because it was when I muted it, that's when it went off. So it was the damage that muted it. All right, sorry.
I muted somebody else. Go ahead, Ovie.
So even as we speak, the Islamic religion is the fastest growing religion in the world, right? The statistics are there to show it. So, and what is driving them from that angle? This what cut across the other West African countries that you mentioned, the Senegal, the Ivory Coast, and all that. Even though they are the minority, they are still in power. Again, this is because they are being powered by that Islamic dominant ideology. And you can also disagree with me that the Islamic ideology is Islamic religion is the religion of governance. That's pretty much what sustains the ideology. It has to govern while other people follow. So the Hausa being the majority at that time, the spoken language, it has already established commercial and trade with community and other. So there is no need, even though you conquer them, there is no need starting afresh again. In other words, just like the way America did, even though after they collect the technically get their freedom, there's no need of changing your already existing language because British, as at that time, they pretty much dominate more half of the planet. So they've already established network of business and all that via that English language. So that's why the Hausa language is still spoken. There's no need to change it because of that economic viability. But while they are still ruling, it is the idea that is powering them. And if you listen to the Biafran angle, critically, that is the idea. If you can conquer the Hausas even before the arrivals of the British people, then what is next? And we are not in a position to be empowered to change a lot of things. You conquer those that angle, you are empowered for the other. Then it's only a matter of time before we too will be conquered. I think. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The power of language, the conquerability, and the ideology that is driving the Fulanis is that make that empower them, not necessarily their numbers. The number is just by the way.
Okay, what I can say here is that the stereotypical image of a typical Fulani is a person holding an AK-47, herding cows and killing people, probably. That's the stereotypical image of a Fulani person, not an educated Islamic cleric or an educated lawyer or sophisticated doctor. You don't see that. Mainly, if you're searching for a stereotypical image of a Fulani, if you ask any of the panelists to describe what a Fulani person look like, as oh, a tall, slender person with AK-47 and a sticker around his neck, or following his cows, or leading his cows, and then he doesn't give a damn about religion, and he's killing people and uh, running rampage in killing and then devastating and kill, what do you call it, and wasting people crops, farms and everything. That's the stereotypical image. So when you talk about the language, it's not like the houses are not Muslim at that time. The houses are Muslim. There are houses that memorize the Quran as at that time when Sheikh Utamfodio conquered Hausa land. If you check the history very well, but he still did not put those people that memorized the Quran as the leaders. He installed Fulanis as the leaders. And then Fulanis were forced, maybe for political reasons, to start speaking Hausa. And then maybe to appease Hausas because there are very many, to create an alliance that will help them conquer other minority tribes. They embrace Hausa language, which is a very powerful tool. And you're right, religion is also a very powerful tool for influence. It's not just about the leadership per se. If you see other planets in other countries, they are not actually Muslims. I can tell you that even in Taraba State here, there are many Fulanis that are actually Christians. I know that most of them, if you look at the clans of the Fulanis, they're called Kirian. Kirian means those that are late. So they went to collect the flag of leadership to establish their own kingdom, but Usman Namfodio told them they're late. So they said, okay, they will not be mingling with the main. I don't think there's something called mainstream Muslim, but if I can say mainstream Muslim, fine. They rather isolate themselves around riverbanks. So many of them now are Christians. I can vividly remember I was given a contract last year to assemble a team to translate Bible from English into Fulfulde, to train an AI for whatever reason, I don't know, but I did it. I assembled a team and I trained the people and told them how to translate the Bible from the English to Fulfulde language, and we did it. So many Fulanis, if I tell you they are Christians, many from the panel will say, no way. But if you investigate very well, you can really find Fulanis that are Christian. You can start, maybe Google Pastor Jae. You can see Pastor Jae and his followers and town that they have in Taraba State and some part of Adamawa State. You will be shocked to learn that. But I believe many of the panelists here, this is a new information to them that Fulanis are Christian. Is like abomination. But somebody has already said they don't give a damn about religion. They just affiliate themselves to religion for some maybe political influence or for some backup. If we are in fight with these people, if we say we are Christian, we know those tribes will help us. If we say we are Muslim, we know these people will come to our rescue. So that's the game they play. But
All right.
There is one theory that I forgot to mention. There is one theory that I forgot to mention. Why, as to the why Fulanis are always having a very big political influence is that if they come to a town, they greet the king and they beg the king for a land, and the king will say, okay, go over there and stay. They wouldn't want to mingle with the people in the town. So they will stay there, they will be studying Islamic studies, as you say. So they will be multiplying. As time goes on, the king himself will have to appoint somebody among them to be their leader who he will be communicating with. So gradually you will see them coming into power slowly, gradually, slowly, even if they didn't take over, but they will still have a significant political influence in the court, in the kingdom court, in the king's court.
All right.
That is what they do.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Dr.
No, can I hold on?
I
There are
beg
people
for
who are yet
just
to say,
30 seconds. It's very important. I don't want everybody to go back home with this thing that is not true, right? The idea that Fulani come to a community and they will be given land and gradually they will penetrate into the political power of that community is not true. We have in record that how Fulani operate started from Ottoman Danfodio is that they come in with war, they come in with jihad, they come in with killings, any form of killings. Hold on. When you were talking, you were not interjected, and I can't remember you were a guest here. You were not interjected, so please allow me my time. So they come in with force.
Can I hold on? You said 30 seconds. It's over that. There are people who have been waiting. I'm trying to be fair to them.
Hold on, please.
Round up.
We had that recorded in Kwara State, right? And we've seen it across everywhere. And for the fact that if Fulani people, Fulani Muslims, commit crime, you tend to exonerate them from being Islam is a lie. The Sultan of Sokoto is a Fulani man. The topmost clergy of the Islams in Nigeria is a Fulani man. I have never heard him condemning the activities of these Fulani terrorists, right? So Fulani, before they commit such crime, they call on who? Allahu Akbar. It is known for Muslims, so do not disassociate them from being Islams. They are Muslims and they are committing crime. Can we come out and condemn it just the way it is?
Thank you.
Yeah, if I can remember very well, Hitler too is a Christian. And will you blame Christianity for what Hitler has done?
If Christians commit crime, you will say that Christians of this ethnic group commits this crime. Fulani of Muslim Fulanis commit crime. Christian Igbos commit crime. Simple.
Number of people
Call it what
in
it
the
is.
world. He's a Christian, he's a Catholic, and he have the blessings of the Pope. And he perpetrated all these atrocities.
So we have Fulani having committed the highest crime in Nigeria.
They are,
how about
listen,
that? Fulani Muslims.
Listen, my friend.
Let's
maybe you joined late. I say
no, I've been listening.
I said
I've been
initially.
listening.
Listen, I said initially. They don't give a damn about religion. They only associate themselves with the religion that they think will help them.
Has that religion disassociated itself from the activities?
No, sorry.
Can you please?
You are talking about interjecting. They are just plain politics. Like if I'm in this location and the people are there, majority are the Muslim, I will associate myself with the Muslims, because if I got into trouble with the other tribe, I know the Muslim will come to my aid. If I am in an area where they are Christians, I will associate myself with the Christians, because I know if I'm in trouble with another group, maybe Muslims, the Christians will come to my aid. That is what they do. And Atrin, let me tell you, if you don't know this, even I myself, I'm a son of a cleric, Islamic cleric. I studied religion under
So,
him,
Dr.
and I
Damages, I was
studied.
given 20
Wait,
seconds, but
I
he can
studied
edit 1 hour
religion. I
to
studied religion.
to.
I studied religion at NCE level as well. So what I'm telling you here is 90% of the Muslims are reciting the Quran or saying what they're saying, but they don't understand a thing of what they're saying. If you ask somebody what Allahu Akbar, many people do not even know what Allahu Akbar. They just, it's just like other people, like the Christian, the Crusaders were saying, God wills it, and then they will just go and attack and kill people, innocent people. They'll just say God wills it. That's it. And then the Muslim in their version, they will say Allahu Akbar, God is great. They will just perpetrate the act. So reciting the Quran, 90% of the Muslim in the world, they recite the Quran as part of the prayer, but they don't even know what they're saying. Some of them may even be saying it wrongly, that it will be considered as a sacrilege, but they don't know what they're saying.
So all the Islamic terrorists are
And I'll have to remove you. No, it's not fair. All right, let's hear from Righteous Man. Righteous Man, quickly. We're out of time. Really, 4 hours gone.
Yeah, my brother from the Fulani. Good evening. I disagree with you in so many things you said, and I agree with you in some areas too. But fundamentally, history has it that the Fulanese comes to conquer. They have never been any place they found themselves without the vision and mission of conquering those people. They are patient people, just like you. If anybody listening to you, in fact, we can make you the head of this platform. You are so gentle, but inside you, you are calculative. You know what you want, no matter how long it's going to take you to penetrate and become a leader in this platform. It's not. It doesn't matter. But you have a target. So Fulanis, they do not come to a place with the aim of living among those people peacefully. They come with the aim of conquering them and lording over them. Because if you read the history of the Fulanis, not only in Nigeria, in anywhere they found themselves, that's why the Ghanaians never gave them that chance to operate. They are in Ghana, but you don't hear them in Ghana. They hold no position in Ghana. Even if some Ghanaians are Muslims, they don't allow them because of this past history that people know. Now, the Fulanis are one, whether in Mali, in Guinea, whether in Senegal, whether in Nigeria, Fulani is Fulani, just like Igbo is Igbo. Now, in the issue of Nigeria, the Fulanis want to take over the indigenous people's land because the Fulanis in Nigeria migrated from the Sahel. They were not indigenous to the land called Nigeria. And as they have come here, they conquered the... Hold on. As they have come to the north, the Fulanis, through jihad, war, what they call the holy war, conquered the Hausas. It is not about the number. You can be 10 people. When you conquer 2,000 people, you lord over them. That is the essence of war. I must not share the same population with you in order to lord over you. Once there is a war, if I am 3 and you are 20, and the 3 conquer the 20 becomes a slave under the 3. So the Fulanis have few numbers, but they conquered the Hausas and took over their kingdoms, made their people emirs. How many Hausas are emirs in the north? There is none. If my memory can serve me better. How many Hausas are governors in the north? Tell us. So the mission of Fulani, nobody wants to kill Fulanis or drive Fulanis away from Nigeria. Fulanis should stop killing Nigerians. Fulanis should stop invading people's territory and kill them and destroy their farms. And the leaders of the Fulanis in the north or the Muslim world are not standing up to condemn this atrocity. It's unbearable. It shouldn't be tolerated, and it shouldn't happen.
All right, thank
so
you.
No matter the disguise, no matter the way
Can
they
I
come,
respond?
they should live with the people peacefully. The people they met in that land, they should live with them peacefully, not exterminating them, not taking over the land.
Okay, thank you.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me give you the example with my state, Adamawa State. There is a town called Green So there was Islamic cleric during the jihad, when the jihad was happening. He sent one of his students to go and get the flag of the jihad to launch a jihad in this area called Adamawa now. So when he went there, Usman Nafodia told him, I do not give flag to those that are not the actual leaders. So I'm giving you this flag to go and create your own kingdom. So he came here. He left green. He didn't go back to his teacher. He came to a different place where there are no inhabitants in that area, but surrounding that area, yes, there are people. And then, but he came back, and then his students are there. Then when his teacher heard about what happened, then he said and swore that no king from Yola, Adamawa State, will ever step into green and get out there alive, whether he is here or not. That's about 100 centuries ago. And up to now, there has never been a king that is a reigning king that has gone to green and came back alive. Nobody even attempted to do that. They came and sat on a place that has not been inhabited. So when he amassed enough number of students, then he began gradually launching attacks on the minorities. I cannot deny that. Obviously, I cannot deny that they start attacking. I even question people like that. I even know our religion. Why would you go to people and then launch an attack and then force them to convert into your religion? Same thing with the Fulanis. Why would they go to other people's land and then force them to be like them? We are not like you. We are not you. Why are you forcing us to be like you? What is our crime? And the premise here is like you're saying people are not condemning it. If you listen to what I said earlier, I said those people that are supposed to, I said I don't condone it. But I'm explaining, I said those people are political animals. They don't want to lose their base. They know Mieti Allah, they know Tabital Pulaku and all other Fulani groups, but they will hardly condemn the group directly because that's their base. I draw an analogy with the KKK in the United States and Donald Trump. Whatever the KKK did, Donald Trump knows the KKK is part of his base, so he wouldn't want to offend them, call them fine people. There are fine people in both areas. And then the gun violence that's happening there, he didn't condemn it. Is he condemning it because he doesn't want to offend his base that want the guns, that don't want the guns away from the citizen. And they are using those guns to go to the churches and synagogues and kill people there. Young white men going there to kill. But do you hear the president, white president, condemning the white guys that are going to those churches and killing people? The first thing they will go to is he has a mental illness. But if it is a black guy, he's gang related. But and if it is a Muslim, he's a terrorist. But if he's a white Christian male guy, he is a lone guy with mental issues. They don't even call his religion. They will even make it like look like a very silly something like in an isolated incident. A lone gunman has entered into a church and killed 7 people. He was captured. Obviously, he's suffering from. He has no friend, and he's suffering from PTSD or whatever. They will invent some kind of mental health issue and associate it with that. So what I'm saying in essence is those people are political animals. They do whatever they can to get into power. Even Tinubu himself, if he knows if he condemns certain groups, he will lose some votes, some favors from the guys that call the shots in those areas. He can hardly condemn them. Oh, he may publicly come out and condemn them, but then behind the scene, go back to those guys and say, please, I have to appease my people, but I'm not doing anything about it. That's why I said government is also to be blamed. The border is very porous. The indigenous Nigerians are not the one that are the terrorists. They are the foreigners are the one that are the terrorists. The border issue is one of the problems that has not been addressed. Desertification is one of the problems that is forcing those people to come to this part of the world. I told you, I'm a language service provider. I'm a Fulani guy. I speak Fulfulde here in Yola. I speak 7 dialects of Fulfulde. But if you talk to me, had it been, I didn't learn it. An average Fulani guy in Adamawa said can hardly understand what a Fulani guy in Sokoto is saying. They are in the same country. They are all Fulanis, but they can't understand each other. The dialectal difference is so much that it's very difficult to have a mutually intelligible discussion amongst themselves.
All right.
Yes,
Thank
they
you.
kill people. I don't condone it. Big people have to come out and condemn it, but they didn't. I told you, Atiku, his father is a Hausa guy. His mom is Fulani. But due to political circumstances, naturally he's supposed to be a Hausa guy since his father is Hausa man. But Hausa in Adama will not favor him, so he decided to associate himself with the Fulanis because of his political ambition.
All right. Thank you so much.
Dr. Damages, I beg you. I beg you. Are you bringing Mr. Kaluta in next?
No, I have a question first, but I will bring him next too after the question.
Whoa! This is not right.
Hold on,
This
hold on,
is
hold on.
not right at all.
Yeah, hold on, Kandu, hold
I've
on.
been over here dancing. Nobody sprayed me any money. You're gonna bring Kulata in just like
No,
that?
hold on. Kulata,
I'm shaking my money maker. No money coming.
I know. Kandu, hold on. You're not
Can,
alone.
can do
Tony is
Farabale
there.
now. I ask for permission.
Tony is there. He asked that Dexter is here. Dexter has not said anything today.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'm considering. I'm very considerate
I
of
hear
everybody.
you. It's
I
just
know.
that all the answers are prolonged. We're taking way too much time. But I
Yeah.
hear you. You're the moderator.
If someone is the guest, he's the guest, and
Yeah, I hear you. Okay.
things the way they can. But I want to point before Kulata, before you. I know you have to go, but there's a question from Oscar Blackburn. We don't do well with people who support the program, so I'm really concerned about that. So he has a question: is it wrong to assume that herdsmen feel entitled to people's farm crops for their cows, or else they will attack farmers? So you can answer that, Polo.
I think I've already answered that.
Yeah, I think so too. But
Yes, maybe I will just repeat it. There's a legend. It's actually not true. I cannot say it's not true or it's right or wrong, but there is this belief that they have that annually they have to do that, not kill, but ransack somebody's farm. If the farmer is there, he will be at gunpoint. If he rebel, he will get killed. If he didn't, they will just destroy his farm and then leave. And I even told you that they are happy to get caught doing that and then tried and then be told that you should pay so amount as a fine to pay the farmer. They will be happily give that money because they were told if they do that, their animals will multiply. Where on earth does that make sense? A sane person cannot think like this. You cannot just say if you destroy somebody's farm, your wealth will multiply. That doesn't make sense. I've said it already.
Okay,
That
thank you.
doesn't make sense at all.
Thank you so much. Kulata, you have, what I would do is Kulata, Dexter, where is Kandu? Okay, Kulata, Dexter, and then.
I'll be real quick. Real quick. Sorry, I should have joined like 30 minutes ago, but I got a phone call from I got a phone call I had to take. So, yeah. So, here's my question. Conquest. Conquest is normal around the world. Genghis Khan conquest throughout Asia. In India right now, there was the people that were, for example, leading Hyderabad came from Iran. The British royal throne came from Germany. Fulani coming to conquer Hausa land is a fact of history. There's nothing we can really do about that. But from what you've been saying in terms of kind of like outsourcing the responsibility for condemnation of Bororo, I'm going to be very specific because we have Fulanis that have settled in Nigeria now for God knows how many centuries. For all intents and purposes, if you stayed for over 2 centuries, you're almost indigenous. But we have marauding Bororos moving around. You've kind of like you took your own ownership that you don't support it. I get that. But you've kind of like outsourced the responsibility that the politicians are the ones using them. Using them, kind of like giving them tactical support. But I'm taking this now to the people, not you specific, to the people, because I have not seen if there's large condemnation from the Fulani population around the country. Those Bororo guys marauding from one country to the other, to the entire West Africa, to even Central Africa, will not have the guts to come to farms and carry weapons and start kind of like doing anyhow. So why are the people that are Fulani Nigerians giving tactical support? Because they are quiet. You are the few people that are bold enough to come and speak against it in public. But if most people are like you, there will not be tolerance for this kind of action all over the country. So that is one. Then the second one is the subjugation of Hausa group. Can you name an Hausa social cultural group? I can name Fulani social cultural groups. There is Pulaku or something like that. There's Mieti Allah. There's no single Hausa social cultural group like Afenifere, like Hwanizi. There's nothing. Everything Hausa, including their culture, has been taken away from them. Now, is that your fault? Is that Fulani's fault? No, they played a good game. It's Hausa's fault for letting their own identity and history disappear. But do you think that is a formula, perpetual subjugation, that will continue? Because at some point in time, there may be some pushback. But if you don't have too much time, can you deal with the first part, which is why is there a tactical endorsement of the actions of these marauders, Bororo Fulanis? You can see I'm very specific because people are permitting it. And why is it permitted? Let's not deflect this to politicians. This has nothing to do with politicians alone because the people tactically support it. Please.
Okay, I think I've also answered that before, but let me repeat it again. I said, if you heard me before, I said most of the cows are not owned by the herders. They are owned by wealthy individuals in town, and they don't necessarily have to be Fulanis. That's a very important point to note. So if those cows are not owned by Fulani, I live in this area. I know many Christians, many other tribes having a lot of cows, handing it to the herders to go and do
I'm
whatever they
sorry to
can.
interject. I'm
So
not
that
talking about.
sorry, please.
Hold
I
on.
didn't
No,
interject.
I'm
Please,
about
I
to
didn't
leave. Hold
interject.
on. Just
I
give me a
am
second.
please let me
I am not
land, please.
speaking
You can
about
come
cows.
back
I am
again.
speaking about Bororo Fulanis. I'm not talking about cows.
Yes, I'm coming to that. Sorry. There is
Thank you.
nothing like
Focus on
Bororo.
Bororo, not
There is
cows.
nothing like Bororo. Tell me who is in Bororo. It's a subject that even the HOD, I even went this year. It's I even went to
Do
the
you
HOD
actually say
fulfill the
there's nothing
department.
like Bororo?
Listen, please.
I heard
Listen,
you.
please. It's not a confrontation. We are learning from each other, please.
I'm not confronting you, sorry.
So, what I'm saying is, whoever you see in the bush, you call him Bororo. But if you actually go close to him and call him Bororo, you say, no, I'm not Bororo. I am
That's not
Kiri.
true.
Oh, I am witty. Oh, I am this, I am that. There is nothing like Bororo. Bororo is invented. I was even asking the HOD Fulfulde, where does the term Bororo come from? Who are the Bororos? She was like, he can't answer it. He's a PhD.
There's no
He's the
town
head
called
of the
Bororo, they
Fulfulde
move
department.
around.
I went to my degree, HOD Fulfulde degree program, linguistic Fulfulde. He cannot answer that question. Who is Mbororo? I was very curious, like, who is Mbororo? But
Bororo is not a town. It's an identification of
I'm
marauding
saying,
Fulani herders and people with guns.
what I'm saying is, if you see those people, they will tell you we are not Mbororo. You can see them from afar and say,
Oh, so
these
it's like
Mbororos, and point
if
at
you
them.
say
If
Nazi,
you
if you
go
say
close to
Nazi,
them, they will tell you
hold on,
their clan.
hold
All
on a
of them
second.
have their clan. We all have
So
our clans.
if you see a
We are
Nazi, the
not
Nazi is going to say, hey, I'm
like
a Nazi.
Mbororo. If you say Mbororo, it's just like, okay, maybe you can say Fulani or Fulbe. All the Fulanis, all the people, you put them under one umbrella. You call them Mbororo. But then if you go closer, you find that, oh, they are actually
Okay, let's not get bogged down with
very
Bororo.
different.
Why is there not a
I gave you an
condemnation?
example that a Fulani man from Adama can't understand a Fulani man from Sokoto. They are in the same country.
Okay,
You
have you
cannot call
seen?
them this
Have
guy
you
in Bororo,
seen?
this
Have
guy
you
in Bororo.
seen?
What I'm
Hold
saying
on,
is,
hold on.
these
We've heard about
big
Bororo.
men that owns the cows, that call the shot, are political animals.
Forget
I
big men
said
for a
it.
second. Look, let me give you an example. When there's some assholes came, permit my language, Rudolph. Then when there were some assholes that came to Ibadan shouting Yoruba, whatever, the entire people condemned them. Where is the group condemnation is what I'm asking for, not for us to get bogged down with definition of Bororo or not Bororo. I'm asking you now, the people that have settled their Fulani, when have they come out? The way you've unequivocally come out yourself, where has there been action like we condemn this action? This is not us. This doesn't represent us because everybody, whether they're Bororo or Fulani or not, they're using that identification that these guys marauding the forest are Fulani. So if I was Fulani, if all of us have the good intention that you are ruining our name, why isn't everybody out there saying we condemn this? Where is that condemnation?
Did you join this conversation
I
lately?
did.
Because
I've been
I've
listening to you.
answered
You're
this.
talking about yourself. I'm not
I've
talking about
answered
yourself.
this. Listen, I say this has a political, what do you call it? It's linked to
Intonation.
listen. It links to politics. Is I gave an example. I will still give you an example with the KKK.
Is the guy on the
This
street
is
selling
the
suya? Is
best.
it a
I
politician?
said, I, as an individual, I don't condone it, I condemn it. And I know many of my friends and my like that condemn these things, but we are not in the position of power.
So
If we are
there's a
in the
group tactical
listen,
endorsement then.
if we are in a position of power, we will not be allowed to do this, to say that. Do you think, as I say, the KKK, whatever they're doing with the black people and their history, you know it, I know it, we all know it. Donald Trump will never condemn them. That's his base, whatever they do. I gave you another example. I said a lone white guy going into a church or a synagogue, killing people there. Nobody will
In the
call him
interest
a
of time,
Christian
let's not
terrorist.
litigate what I've already said. I said forget politicians. Let's
Listen.
forget
I'm
politicians for a
drawing an
second.
analogy here. That's the same thing that's happening. They cannot condemn their base.
Okay,
They
so
like it.
I'm talking about the base.
We are the
Okay,
base.
Okay, so you are the base. Why are you an exception?
How
Why
many
isn't
percent did
everybody
I
like
say
you?
the people that are settling in Nigeria, I mean, that are settlers, that are educated, that went to school? How many percent of the Fulanis do you think are educated?
Well, most of them are mute. We only get sprinklings like you that are bold enough to come out and talk against it. If everybody were like you to talk against it, that thing will not exist.
I say, do you know? Even Dr. Damages asked, why is it that people like myself are not joining this kind of platform to talk about this?
No, forget platform. Let's say you're not comfortable enough to come here.
Oh my God, this is not, we are not having, you're interjecting before I even finish a sentence. Please, I allow you to say whatever you want to say. If you want to talk, I will keep my mouth shut. You finish talking, you let me know, then I will respond. Can
I'm
I
quiet.
continue?
You can see I'm quiet.
All right, then even Dr. Damages was saying, why is it that people like myself are not joining this kind of platform to talk about, to boldly say, we don't condone this, we actually condemn it. But the elders that call the shot, they don't condone it. They don't condemn it. They will find a way of spinning it. Fine? Just like any other politician would do if their party is caught doing something wrong. They will find a way of either taking the credit or distancing themselves from that, or not condemning their base, whatever their base is doing. This is across the world. You cannot deny it. I told you the Fulanis are just about 6.5% population of Nigeria. And then more than 5% of them are in the bushes. Those that are settlers in villages are very friendly, as one of the panelists said. Very friendly. They can welcome you. They have their cows there. They have their farms. Even them, they are not safe from those Fulanis that are coming to kill them. Kill them, then take over their land. Not take over their land, ransack their land and leave. Even the Fulanis are not safe. You can do your research after this talk. The fight between the inter-Fulani wars that has been happening. Fulanis killing each other over land. We settle, we have our land, we are farming. This is what we eat. These are our animals. We don't want to be roaming around. We are settlers, but other Fulani foreigners would just come and then ransack our land and kill our people. If we try to do something, they have their own weapons. We are not even safe.
I'm sorry,
It's
there's no
not like,
inter-Fulani wars or anything. That's kind of like
you have
new to
not
me.
done your research, please.
I have
After
done my
this show,
research.
please, don't go and do your research. Find out what is the genesis of Jerewol. There is something called Jerewol. Like some people call it wife snatching event. If you can find it on YouTube like a documentary. It started like people, Fulanis fighting Fulanis over land and animals. We want land. We are farming on the land. We are settling here. They want their cows. They want to feed their cows. They don't give a damn about you being Fulani or not. They don't give a damn about you being Muslim or not. They will kill you if you try to get in their way. They'll come and ransack your land. They are Fulanis and you are Fulani. They are Muslims, so-called pseudo-Muslims, so-called Muslims. They are.
All right.
And
Thank
you
you.
are. But they can
Bro,
still go and kill you and your children and everybody just to ransack your land. And I told you the legend. I don't know where that originated from. That if you destroy somebody's land, your animal will multiply. That's the
okay,
ideology they have in their head. And about
I get you.
condemnation, I told you about the condemnation. Have you ever heard any politician, major politician, condemning what his base is doing? they will find a way of spinning it. Look at even the killing of that girl in Sokoto that is supposed to have insulted the Prophet Muhammad. Atiku tweeted about it first, condemning it. Then he deleted that tweet and put on another tweet because he knows the first tweet is against his base, and he have
Okay.
to come out and say no, I'm not aware of this, and find a way
Okay.
of
I'm going to
spinning it.
bounce now, but
You get the idea now.
I get it, but I don't get it. You need to tell me a social cultural Fulani group, not politicians. Let's stop deferring people to politicians. You said that 1 million times. I don't even want. I mean, we've heard. Tell me a Fulani cultural group that has come out and condemned the actions of the people marauding in the group. That this does not reflect Fulani identity or Fulani values. Show me that, and then I'll take you seriously. Thank you.
You are repeating the same question, and I will give you the same answer.
All right. Thank you. Dexter, thank you so much for being patient. You were here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages and Fulo for real. All I want to say is I want to salute your courage for speaking the truth. I think one of the biggest problems we have is that I think you've kind of addressed the issue, but we also have to realize that, like you say, a lot of water has passed under the bridge. And it's going to take a lot of more people like you coming out. So you have to multiply yourself, to speak to Nigerians, because what you are saying is that there's a great distrust, okay, for an ethnic nationality in Nigeria. And like I've said, the truth about it is that politicians will use it for their benefits. There's no doubt that the Fulanis hold a very strong administrative control in Nigeria, anywhere, any state they are. There's no doubt about that. But that's what everybody wants to do. Everybody tries to, people are trying to get economic power, administrative power, commercial power. That's true. However, we still agree that there have been perpetrators of evil and dastardly acts. Not only the Fulanis, many other tribes have done the same thing, but obviously in Nigeria presently, the ones of the Fulanis are kind of more pronounced. But I think the responsibility for you, yes, you have come out here to speak. I'm sure there are many more people like you that have the same mind. Okay? So the responsibility is for people like you to go back to your base and bring more people like yourself, come out and speak, and also carry the same message to the next generation, to the Kalakawas, the ordinary people on the street, so that the politicians will stop using the bad people among the evil that is being done among to blanket everybody. Because obviously, I have some Fulani friends. They are Christians. I have a Fulani friend, he's a Christian, and it's not a bad person. But you cannot
People cannot even believe there are
Nigerians here who their
Fulani
minds have been
Christians.
abused by the wanton killings that have been going on, and it's all in the name of the Fulani headsmen. I mean, somebody has I know somebody that lost part of his family because of Fulani headsmen invasion in Enugu State. You will find it difficult. The person will find it difficult to the person, no matter what you say, the person will find it difficult to relate because he has lost someone. So I think it's good what you are doing. I don't have any condemnation. I don't really have any question to interrogate you. But I think what you need to do is to get more people like yourself who have this same ideology to come out and speak so that more Nigerians would know that, you mean that it's not actually everybody. So when they say Fulani person, they are not immediately put off. And also for you to carry the message to your people so that the politicians will not. And secondly, people like yourselves must be able to come out and condemn when there is perpetrators of bad killings by Fulanis. People like yourself must also be in the forefront of condemning it. Because what happens is that when we hear, like, I think just today in the news, they say 52 people have been killed in Plateau State, and everybody is quiet about it. You have not heard any Fulani group come out and condemn it. If it is done by Fulani, you have to have Fulani that are coming out to condemn it. They are saying that, okay, maybe the Fulanis have more influence in the north. Then use that influence for positive change. Use that influence for positive change. I know that. That's my own contribution. I think we should.
Thank you for pointing out that there are Fulanis that are Christians, which is very hard for other people to believe that all they believe that all Fulanis are Muslims, even though those people do not know anything. I cannot lie to you. I went to my father's village. They only have one person that can teach a book on basic Islamic stuff, which if you don't know well, even if you memorize the Quran, you are not going to heaven according to Islamic ways. But they don't know that. They don't know. And they are fine with that. They don't care. So another thing I will say is this is the safest place I can say this and get away with it without getting attacked or threat. If it is in another group, or if it happens that another person from the north, even if he is Hausa, he will be going against me and attacking me that I am a sellout. This is the safest place I can talk. I can say this thing and get away with it. I'm not a kind of upper class. Not no. I'm an average Nigerian, just trying to air my views. Another thing is what's worrying is the anti-Fulani rhetoric, just not what you say. It's very, very worse if you go to TikTok and you're attending some of those live discussion where you can boldly hear the houses talking about how they will take revenge for what the Fulanis have done to them. Like, your great 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 grandfather killed my great 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 grandfather, therefore I have to kill you. I didn't choose to be a Fulani. Man, I happen to be Fulani. I didn't choose to be born by my parent. I happen to see them as my parent. I didn't choose to be born in the religion that I really practice or not. I just found myself in that religion. I was indoctrinated to believe it. It's only if you become an adult, then probably you will study other religion and then try to make some comparison and then make your own choice where you will feel safe. But in the north, even if I say I don't believe in Islam, that will be a very big thing. They will find whatever reason to justify capturing me and locking me up. There is a guy that was just released. He spent almost 5 years in prison because he's the president, Nigerian Humanist Association. He's a Hausa guy, Hausa Fulani, mixed Hausa Fulani, because he said he doesn't believe in Islam. He's an atheist. He's a humanist. If you can call him atheist, humanist, or whatever you can call him, but he doesn't believe in Islam. That's his only crime, and he was condemned to death. It has to be an international pressure that got to the government for the government to before the government releases him. His life is in danger, his family, everything. He spent 4 years in prison. Imagine if I can come out and then say these things in a platform where majority or some of the people that are listening are Fulanis and the Hausas, especially in a platform like this. They'll say I'm a sellout. All the participants are Christians and they are against you. Don't think that you are saying the truth. They will like you or whatever. they will be attacking me and will be condemning me. And if they know my details, they will even threaten me. But what I'm saying is the reality is what's going on. I don't condone what is happening. I don't know where it comes from. I cannot carry another person's cross. I did not kill your great-great-grandfather. I did not kill you. If you say you are organizing and you're gathering arms and you want to come and kill the Fulanis or send them back to where they come from, where do you begin? With the intermarriages that have been happening between the Hausas and the Fulanis over the centuries, where do you begin? One, and then they're even saying that you are not a real Hausa man if you marry the Fulani, or you are not a real Hausa man if you marry the Fulani man. So they consider you as an enemy and they will attack and they will kill. So who is the current National Security Advisor? Nuhu Ribadu, the former EFCC boss. He is Fulani, he is from Adamawa State. And all conspiracies have been said about him, like, oh, arms are missing. Where did those arms go? They go to the hands of the Fulanese because they had the Hausas are trying to attack them. Therefore, he have to get the arms and give it to the Fulanese so they can defend themselves. I have not seen any. But these are speculations that are going on in the social media. The anti-Fulani rhetoric is getting worse and worse. And as you say, Dr. Damages, I always see myself as the only person that is even speaking out against this. I have my own platform on TikTok. I always talk about these things alone. I couldn't find people that are like-minded, like me, so we can form a group and be speaking against this and be saying that, hey, the rational thing to do is to come to the table and negotiate. What happened? This is what happened. Okay, let's negotiate. You take this, we take this. Fine, everybody is happy, no killing, no fighting. Because when the killing and the fighting was happening, both of us were not born. We were forced to defend things that we have not done. You are trying to condemn me for the crime that I have not committed. And all of us will agree here. As I said, I will repeat it again. None of us get to choose who our parents will be. None of us get to choose the tribe we will be born into. None of us get to choose the religion our parent will indoctrinate us into. It's only when we become adults, probably, that we will open our eyes into other religions. So is that a crime if I happen to be born by a Fulani person? Do I deserve to be attacked or killed just because I'm Fulani?
Thank you, Paulo. Thank you so much for all you said today. I shared my number with you on the private chat. I would like you to invite me to your platform. I will come. I would like to have this conversation continue with wider audience. And you're always welcome here. And I will let forefathers have his say before we join him on the next stream that should have started 2 hours ago, almost 2 hours ago. But I'm happy you were here. I think a lot of people gained something from this conversation. For those that we couldn't take in to come and talk, oh, what happened? For those that didn't come in to air their view, I'm sorry that we've been here for so long. And what I noticed, like the questions that were coming on the comments, if you didn't start from the beginning, you may not know that he answered a particular question, and then it will be like a repeat. Okay, he's back. So forefathers, have your say finally, and then if he has a final word, he will say that, and then we'll go to the next stream. I'm so sorry, those Rich, yeah.
Yeah, that was was interesting. To be fair, I've had similar conversations with some people, but I'm glad you came and you shared some of the information you shared. From my point of view, when I looked at Nigeria and I looked at the structure of the country and how it has been politically put together politically. I looked at the North. I was shocked to find out that the Hausas make up a significant majority of the North compared to the Fulani population. And I've always seen them as separate groups, even if there's intermarriage between them. And when I looked at the leadership of the country, the Hausas that are the majority of the country in terms of the largest group, in single group in the country, they've not produced a president other than Abu Salam Abubakar that ruled for barely how many years. And I asked myself, how did this happen? How did it happen that in a country like Nigeria, actually minorities have run the country more than any of the major groups, from Nupe, Kanuri, and all the rest. That is peculiar. Then you have a situation whereby Fulanis have run the country, a single tribe that has run the country far more than any other group is the Fulani tribe. You see, it's not your fault that you are born into any family, you know, the way some of the things you cannot change. It's true. But in a world where there is more representative governance taking place, you would have expected that if that position was by merit, the others should emerge a bit more. And I find that a bit disturbing. And the unrest you're hearing now is that unrest that is going on in many parts of Africa. You have similar situation going on in Rwanda. You see it going on in many countries because you have pastoralists tending to flow south. You can argue that maybe the Sahara that is pushing them south. At the same time, pressuring the other groups for space and competition. And you see that they took space. It's not only Fulani that have done the kind of stuff that has happened. It's happened. Look at the Rwanda and this thing. Rwanda, the Tutsis are a minority group, 10%, and they run the country. And if you look at the top 10 richest people, it's still them. So, and when you see the problem that occurred in Rwanda, there is a danger, and I agree with you. There's a danger that kind of stuff can happen in Nigeria too. But the reason why it can happen is because the group that is small in number in a representative world has to recognize that there's a danger that if they don't give way, they're going to have problems. It's just that simple. Because you cannot have a major group, the majority group, and in other words, the vast majority of the people in a democracy not being represented well. That is not, this is a democracy now. This is a world of democracy. This is a world of representative government, not kings, not emirs, not any of those. You have to have the other people emerge. And if they don't emerge, you're going to have problems on your hand. And I really hope that you are paying attention to that instead of just assuming that they want to attack you for the sake of the fact that you are Fulani. It's about representation. Yes, you are not the reason why your people were emirs, but you are not giving way for the others to take over. They outnumber you in that territory. If everybody start kowtowing to minorities to rule, where would you go? Then then any small group can just come take over and they leave them in office. Then the reason why you came into office came into power in the first place is because of war. And then when they use their own number against you, then you say it's a problem. If you want equity in any country, you have to apply an element of fairness. People don't like unfairness. They don't like it. They don't like it when they see that, okay, these people are just 7% of the population, but they wield 80% of the power. People don't like it. And if you don't understand that, you can blame them for all you want. You are going to have problems eventually. And I really think that to stem that problem, there has to be a form of representative governance in this country that actually reflects the population of the people. This is a democracy. That's the whole point. What is the point of a democracy when you have a minority completely taking control of the country? That's dictatorship of the few. That we are complaining that the elites control the country. Then you have a small group controlling that country. If you are a fair-minded person, you too will say, okay, maybe there should be a way that we can address the concerns of these people. And that would be my question. because you've asked for a solution. I'm telling you now, the solution is to address those concerns that these people, their voices are not being heard, their representation, you have your people of your genealogy has completely usurped their this thing, their authorities, their kingship, their chiefdoms, and all the rest of it. And then you wonder why you have a problem. That is where it's coming from. So, what do you think would be the best way to go about this? Personally, I don't know whether I will ask emirs to start stepping down for Hausa emirs, but there has to be something that has to be done for their voices to be heard.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can I respond?
Yeah. The final words, and then add your final words.
All right. Okay. What I can say finally is that I'm happy that you say it is democracy, and democracy is a game of numbers. So, since it is democracy, and you admitted that the Fulanis are the minorities, and then you wonder why they are still ruling, why not the other tribes that feels the Fulanis are the minority and they are ruling? And this is a game of numbers. Why can't they unite and then back a candidate from their tribe, come forward, and then vote for that guy to become a leader? Will the Fulanis wage a war against a person that wins the election, whether it's a governor or a House of Representatives or a president? Why is it that the Fulanis are the ones that are contesting, and then the houses are voting for them and other tribes are voting for them as well?
No, you know
It
it's
is
not
a
a
democracy,
democracy.
as you say.
It's supposed to be, but it's
So,
not. The people with power are usurping the office. So the point is that, do you support them coming to power? Because now you are asking questions. You see what you are doing there. You
no,
want to eat
I'm
your
not
cake and have
asking
it.
question. I'm saying it, you said it's a democracy. Fantastic. It's a game of number. If it is actually a democracy, if democracy will actually solve that problem, then let's have a candidate that is from another tribe and then support him. Fulanis are 7%. Let's say houses are 15%. In each state of Nigeria, Fulanis are 7, houses are 15. When, if it is a game of number, then the houses will continue to rule the
It's
state.
supposed to be a game of number. You know
Or
full well that Fulanis are usurping the power. You know that already. Why are you pretending?
No, I just don't know how it's happening.
Okay, you know
I don't
how you
know
can solve.
who
Let me give you a
brainwashed.
suggestion. Let me give you
Maybe
a suggestion how you can
listen,
solve the problem.
please. I don't know who brainwashed. I said it earlier, and Dr. Ramid is going to be a witness. I've said it earlier. I said the first time I came here, it's been like a confrontation. To the extent that I mocked one of the guys, saying that so the 6% of the population in the country, you think they managed to uh, manipulate the rest of the tribes in a country of 200 and something million people, and then brainwash all of them and take over the power? Is that logical?
Actually, it
Do you
is.
think
Don't
they
you
are
see that?
capable? And
The
then
British did
listen,
it.
out of the
Why is it not
6%,
logical?
listen, out of the 6% of those that are Fulanis in Nigeria, only 2% of them are settling in towns and cities and are going to school. Most of the rest are either in villages settling, or they are in the bush herding their cows. And those that are settling are not immune from those that are herding their cows. They can come and kill them. They don't care you're a Fulani or not. They can come and kill you and then ransack your farm. You're not immune just because you're Fulani and you have a farm, and they want to destroy your farm, and you try to stand on their way, they'll kill you. You're not
Okay.
immune
Okay.
just
So
by
now
the mere fact that you're a
let me
Fulani
give you a
guy.
suggestion before you go,
So
because I've heard everything, all this stuff you have said
the
before.
only
Let me give
thing
you a
I think
suggestion.
is,
Let's
see,
get to a new
you
ground,
gave
please.
example with the
You
Rwanda.
are not letting other
Dr.
people
Damages
talk.
are asking me to make a final state. Look, Dr. Damages are asking me to make my final statement,
We are
right?
trying to exchange. I thought you wanted a solution. I wanted to give you a solution.
No, I was listening to the host. He said, respond and make your final statement. That's what I'm doing.
Thank you.
I'm
Go ahead.
responding. If you
Yeah.
have anything to say it. Then I will conclude. You can go ahead.
Good. So now let's have Hausas being represented in the parties in the north, because when we talk about rotational system of government, that is what it's supposed to be. And let Hausas take over most of the political offices in the north. If because those positions were not end in from the point of view of saying somebody voted them, they got it from conquest, that they took all those positions and they strategically placed Fulanis in all those key positions in the north. When you when you are the upper class and you hold some of the gates of power, you wonder why the Hausas are not emerging. Now, I'm suggesting, would you support Hausas being a kind of what do they call it? Positive discrimination, and put them in offices so that when they get into offices, then you will see that all this talk you are worrying about, like, oh, Hausas are trying to attack Fulanis, it will go away. That is where the tension is coming from, because you can't have a major population like that never being able to be represented in high offices. It's you have to admit that that is a problem.
All right. Thank you. We have to round up. Thank you for that. So
Okay,
yeah.
so where will we learn our lesson from? Rwanda, the genocide in Rwanda, the cockroaches story that the minorities are ruling and the millionaires are the minorities. Therefore, the Houthis persecuted.
Dr. Damages.
Is
Dr.
that where we
Damages.
will take our lesson? Or there is actually a kind of Mandela policy
I beg next
where
segment,
we
next
will
segment, I beg.
find a common
But
ground and then satisfy everybody. Okay, let's be frank. Come, let's talk. Okay, this is how it used to be, but things have changed now. Let's negotiate. What are you giving up and what am I giving up? Then we come to a conclusion, and then everybody will be happy if we can actually have a dialogue like that without carrying any arms. Let's have a dialogue like, oh, we are underrepresented. Okay, what's going on? This is what's going on. And we are at the mercy of the Fulanis because of this. But don't forget, and when the British came, they conquered the Fulanis and they freed all the slaves. And they say they indirectly ruled the North through the kings. The North is already established. They have their courts and everything. If you read the history, nothing has changed. So they are underrepresented because they have not gone to school or what? I told you 2% of the Fulanis are the ones that have gone to school that can call themselves educated. If you are asked to describe a stereotypical Fulani guy, you will picture a guy with AK-47 holding a stick around his neck, following his cows, or leading his cows. That's the stereotypical image of a Fulani person that you will have. And then there are people that claims to be Fulani. The term House of Fulani, I don't think is I already said it, I think is an unholy alliance. Is a political term that is coined just so that the East and the South will think that the entire North is about Hausa Fulani, and if Hausa Fulani bring a candidate, there will it will be very, if you can, I mean, if you do not have the support of House of Fulani, there will be no way for you to rule. While the actual truth is the minority tribes, if you can put them in one group and the Hausas in one group and the Fulanis in one group, Fulanis are the minorities followed by the Hausas. Then the other minority tribes, if you can put them together in one group, they are the majority. If they can present a candidate, just like in Adamawa State, it used to be a Fulani affair. But now it's not a Fulani person that is the governor of Adamawa State. And he have contested against a Fulani opposition. He won the election. He won it the first time against a Fulani person. He won it the second time against a Fulani woman. So it means if the other tribes can come together and back a candidate, they are likely, not likely, they are certainly going to win the seat of whatever position the candidate stands for, be it governor, senator, or member of the House of Representatives. If it can happen here in Adamawa, I don't see a reason why it can't happen in another place like Kano. What do you call him? The Red Cap movement. Conquestor. Conquestor is not a Fulani guy. Conquestor is a Hausa man. He has been the governor for 8 years, and you know the political power he wields in Kano. He is not a Hausa guy. He fought against a Fulani guy, and then he defeated that Fulani guy, right? Ganduje is a Fulani guy, and Conquestor is a Hausa guy, and Conquestor defeated him with a new party that nobody thought that that party can actually produce a governor. But it happened. So if people are getting educated and are doing things like that, and the injustices that people are talking about is just a hype to say that Fulanis are the majority, or they are the problem, or they are the Jews of Nigeria. Like the conspiracy theory goes, and the Jews, they are just 2% of the total world population, but they rule everything. Go to the journals, they rule it, they own everything. That is not the case in Nigeria. I give you 2 examples. In my state, it's not a Fulani person that's the governor as we speak. Pimpiri is not a Fulani governor. It's not a Fulani person. And then in Kano, as I say, Konkoso is not a Fulani guy. And he he created a party and then backed a candidate, and that candidate defeated the candidate supported by the Fulani guy. What does that tell you? That tell you if those people can unite and then have their own candidate, they can win all the seats if they want. Just saying that these Fulanis are the problem or they are taking over is a lazy kind of argument. And I think people need to do more research to actually find out that the Fulanis themselves are not united. They fight each other, they kill each other, they have to come to some truths in some kind of event like the Jedwal I mentioned. If you can Google the festival of the wife snatching event on YouTube, you can get a documentary that talk about all these things. It's a Westerner that went and attended the event. It can tell you how it started. It's because of the fight that's happening among the Fulanis, killing each other over the Fulanis that decided to become settlers and have farms, and those that decided to continue roaming around with their cows and plundering people's land, they kill each other. They always fight. So how do we get together?
All right.
I don't know. If
All
we
right.
can keep having a dialogue like this,
yeah,
I think there is a hope that at some point we don't have to use arms, no blood will be shed, and we will achieve peace in the end.
All right.
But I also acknowledge that politics play a very big role in all of this. It doesn't matter who is the head. There are people that control the person at the head, and there are people that he is answerable to probably. There are people that he is supposed to appease. And it happens around the world. It's not only here. There's the example with the so-called advanced democracy in the world. Give the example with that. Yes, still, the damages are there. You know what is going on with Trump and his policies and the KKK and his views about the immigrants and the support that Elon Musk is giving to actually open up the border for talents that are coming from other countries to come to the United States and bring forth their knowledge. That will be useful and probably at a cheaper rate. It's not everything that the American knows. There are other things that they did not know. They need others from outside to come and help them. If you go to the Silicon Valley, well, who do you see? Most of the people there are Indians. The current CEO of Google is an Indian. So
all right.
we
Thank
need
you.
each other. We don't
Thank
have to shed blood. We have to be having dialogue, and then hopefully we can achieve peace.
Thank you so much, Pulo, for joining, for being here today. Like I said, I'm open to coming to your platform and keep this conversation going. It's something that I think we need. Just a reminder to those who are just joining us, tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to Hollywood. We're going to bring Hollywood to meet Nollywood. These are people who are working to distribute African contents, not just movies, not just documentaries, contents to big global platforms. So they are going to join us tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. So if you can, join us for tomorrow's show at 1:30 New York and 6:30 p.m. Nigeria. We want to thank all those that joined us today on the panel, those that supported the program. Kulata, thank you so much. Real K, thank you for your support. Fortunately, my computer can now move. XYZ, thank you for your support. Dr. Gomez, thank you so much. Uriako, Top 8, thank you. Oscar Blackburn, thank you. And T Majek, thank you so much. We appreciate all of you. Again, we want to thank Polo for being our emergency guest. We didn't plan for you to be a guest, but we appreciate your time. I see KJ. KJ, thank you so much for coming. Unfortunately, we don't have time for you to weigh in. We're going to move to the next stream, which will be anchored by Four Fathers. Thank you, everybody.
And Polo, you are very much welcome. I'll be very gentle. I'm a very nice person. You're welcome.
After the fact. So thank you, everybody, and we'll catch you all tomorrow.
Maybe domicile in other countries who move around, they can come into the country and this plan will accommodate them as well.
Yes, that's what we want to do.
Yes, of course. But won't it be better to first allow the Fulani people coming into Nigeria to do national youth service first? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, the governor? Yeah? Huh?
As I said, the Fulani man settles anywhere. anywhere he can feed his cattle.
We know that. We know that already. We know that already, Governor. Please, let's tell us something that we don't know. Governor Mohammed.
If that these forests are there anyway, if you don't occupy them and create a colony out of them, they create places for the criminals. And today, that's why you have the Sambisa forest, because it is not being utilized.
Aha! Now, those were the intelligent views of the great Governor Mohammed a year ago. He and his friends just